Hello and welcome to our last episode of Randomvivor Rewind, covering our latest season, Second Chance. With me today I have Jem, Sarah, and Wonder.
Hello.
Hello.
So cool to finally be on one of these, so really excited to be here.
Well, you won the season. We can't have one of these without a winner. Come on. Even though we did have one.
I mean, I
We've
guess.
done that before.
We had one without a winner, to be fair. We did pretty good, though. 8 out of 9 winners is not bad.
Not bad. That's a good stat, yeah.
Only one we couldn't get was Maxwell, because busy boy. Or busy person.
Fair.
Yeah. Anyways. Let's get started. So this was a cast of 21. To date, our largest cast. We started with 3 tribes of 7. This season, unlike previous seasons, this season we made every season different themes. Every round is a different theme. And because of that, we called this season actually Pandora's Box. I thought it was clever. So yeah, every single round had a completely different theme. This was our way of getting around the fact that there's only 10 seasons and way more themes that were requested over time. So yeah, I thought this was a cool way of doing it. Shout out Gabe, who came up with this idea in a VC I was randomly having in a friend server.
Honestly, though, shout out Gabe in general.
No, you're so right. Anyways, so let's get started. Our starting tribe. So one thing we did was we started off. The starting tribes were actually named after the three of the main hosts: myself, Emma, and Adelaide. Contrary to popular
wanted
belief,
to start
we did not
off
in
the
fact
season.
draft these tribes. It was discussed.
That's what you wanted to do, though.
It was too broken.
You wanted to do that, and I think that would have been a very different season.
Oh, it would have been a very different season, but it would have been a really fun thing to see happen. It's fine. I'm using it for something else anyway. Don't worry about that. I'm excited for that. Anyways, has nothing to do with this work. So, anyways.
So I would just say, like, in order. I want to hear what y'all thought of your starting tribes. So in our document, first would be the Ross tribe, which
Sarah.
had Jesse, Andrew, Sarah, Miles, Bo Cruz, Dennis, and Emperor. Sarah, how did you enjoy your people?
I mean, honestly, other than Miles and Andrew, the others either weren't the most active or they were just, it took a while for me to have better conversations with them. So it wasn't the greatest starting tribe, I would say, but it did allow me to find my ride or die with Miles, and that's usually how I like to play these games. So I'm glad I was able to have that.
Worked out.
I think preseason I was definitely those two might end up becoming best friends, because I had no clue who Miles was when he applied to season 8, and then just out of nowhere sent me a picture that he was going to see What's Up Doc at the New Bev. Nice. And I was like, oh, this is a fucking nerd. So it was it's the same way that I called my shot in season 7 with Ella and Maxwell. So I think that my reads are kind of on point.
Yeah, they worked. That one worked.
Yeah.
Sorry, go.
I was gonna say I'm glad we were able to meet. He's definitely one of my favorite people I've met in Orgs.
So there were a couple of disappointments I had from this season. Specifically from my tribe, Jesse. Shout out Jesse. So Jesse is a great player when he likes the starting tribe. He left that game saying, "I hated the starting tribe. That's why I'm here."
Yeah, that doesn't me. he was somebody I was excited to like see on the starting tribe because like I've seen him like just play like other orgs and seen him in like spectator chats and stuff, but it just wasn't meant to be here.
It was not meant to
He
be.
has his own emoji. Like that's how you know that he's a great time.
Right.
Freaking laptop charger.
And then we got to the Emma tribe
Yes.
with Wonder, Harrison, Haley, Willow, Nick, Rock, and Peanut.
Yeah,
Wonder.
so that was a fucking hoot. I'll just honestly, I think
I think this was the
I've
tribe I was
rarely
most excited
felt
for.
more confused in terms of vibes in any org really before that. I think my first time that I did my vibe rankings, basically the trust changed like around entirely within like what 2 episodes ish. It was kind of crazy. I knew on my tribe I knew Nick, and then of course I think most of us had seen Peanut, especially as like a host, so that was really interesting. And then the rest of the people I had never really interacted with, so I was pretty excited for that because that's not usually the case for me. So I think the starting time just was like, honestly, I was excited, but I was also nervous, I want to say, especially looking over at the other tribes.
So never in my wildest dreams did I ever expect you and Harrison to like get as tight as you were at the beginning.
Yeah, me either.
Because like I know
we're
Harrison for over 2 years now.
If we're talking the greatest arcs in Randomvivor history, number 1 is me and Silver becoming friends. Number 2 is Harrison learning feminism.
That was just fucking... He came into this. No, he wasn't asked. He replied. Because I pretty much told him, if you apply, you're probably gonna get on. Because like there were people like we asked, and then there were people that were like, if you apply, you're likely on. That was like Sean, Harrison were the 2 people I think that really fit that bill.
It's players from such stacked seasons that it's like we can't guarantee you a spot, but we want you on, which is why we had the app system.
The app system honestly is my greatest idea.
Okay, you're okay.
I came up with that. No, hold on. You're not about to discredit me.
Anyways, time for the greatest tribe in Randomvivor history, featuring Sean, Bo, Jem, Caleb, Ali, Val, and Luna. Jem, what did you think of being on maybe like humanity's greatest gift?
Oh, it was a literal slay. I mean, I was terrified though, because I on Marooning Day, I was going to be gone all day with my family at the Mushroom Festival, and I'm on the Adelaide tribe. How am I not intimidated? Like, how am I not? That is like the tribe to be on. Of course, I was like so terrified. But it turned out to be the best thing ever. The Val, Sean, Caleb. No, Val, Caleb, Jem, Bo alliance was amazing. I love them all.
I think that was the Adislays, and it was fantastic to see. I think it was more of a swap thing, but I do want to shout out. And this, I don't know if this counts as production interference, but I think that I accidentally bred incredible tribe unity because I was the only host who was like active in their tribe.
My mistake. So
That is
my
so
mistake was letting Adelaide be the one to decide the tribes. I didn't realize how many balance was really big.
No, here's the thing. I think I did balance them well in terms of like pre-gaming because there's no one who was like, because I think other than like obviously like Miles and Sarah, who did not know each other and just happened to become great friends, there was no one who was with someone from a previous season or was like, holy shit, this is perfect. I need to like run the game with this person from day one. It's balanced. The issue is that I was in that tribe chat every day, gassing them the fuck up, and was like, "Hey, y'all are gonna win this goddamn game for me."
my tribe.
And they did not go to tribal for the longest time. I think that y'all need to do that.
Sarah and I were really just
I'm
we were
taking
just
a note
left
for that for when I
behind.
actually do the drafting thing. Anyways,
What'd you say, Ross?
I said I'm taking note of that for when I do the drafting thing in that other org.
I obviously Gem can speak for me, but they were so active. Like obviously Amory and Luna, not like the most like present. or
Honestly,
battle.
Luna is so like how I said Jesse. Luna is another one where I was
So
kind of like
sad.
disappointed with what happened.
But like
Because
that
like
top
again, another
four,
person who I've known for 2+ years played our first season and kind of got screwed over at merge. I was a little disappointed in how that went.
the top four, the Adislaves, genuinely were in that tribe chat every day and were so social and gassing each other up. It was incredible to witness, and I was only slightly biased.
Only slightly. Only
No, it
slightly.
was a very active tribe chat. That was part of the intimidation. I mean, anyone who knows me knows I'm not consistently active. I'm like active-ish. So to be that active was an achievement in and of itself for me. But I was in like amazing company.
So, first challenge, we get to. I want to ask Wonder about it because apparently it was more than just the first challenge. There was something else going on. We themed it after Star Wars because we started on May 4th.
Yeah, that's the reason why this is the only season that started on a Saturday.
Yeah, it was we did a challenge like this, I think, in season 8 as well for Pokemon, and it was sort of recreating the Star Wars opening crawl, but with the season 1 advertising message that was not full of lies and deception that Ross 100% stuck to.
Yeah, I stuck to everything that's in that ad, 100%. Like, have you not seen the elimination game? Like, I swear it's there. It's there.
So Wonder, you enjoyed the challenge, right?
Yes, absolutely, totally. It was a great time trying to coordinate a lot of people that were in vastly different availability times. No, I didn't have the best time, no. But I really tried to bring everybody to the same page. I think our strategy going in was that there was no strategy, and when I woke up I was like, okay, we need a plan for this, and then I suggested that I could kind of map out the original ad and do some color coding so we would know who would do what part. And I think that helped, but before then we would have probably been in last place.
We were a hot mess, so I don't know. You could have tried, but I think we still would have been last.
I think probably, but the biggest issue was that there was, I think, 2 people that said essentially that they would only be available at times where like a lot of other people weren't, and because everybody would have to participate, we were kind of we were the tribe that originally like reached out, hey, is it okay if like one person submits on the first attempt and we fail and we gotta try again and they're not there anymore?
Yeah, if that hadn't been an issue, like if that had been something we could have done, it wouldn't have been as much of a train wreck because we had something similar.
Oh
where
god.
I think it was Dennis that couldn't be there for majority. So the plan was they were gonna just do the first word, and then the rest of us were just gonna handle it. But then we messed up once, so we had to like keep mass pinging Dennis until they showed back up to restart it. And then Bo Cruz kept messing it up.
Oh no.
Oh my god, it was bad. It was so
Another
bad.
person who I don't know what I expected from Bo Cruz this season. But,
what did you expect from Bo Cruz?
Context, because season 3 is so long ago at this point that I'm sure none of you were even there for it.
The first season I was around for Randomvivor was my own season.
Yeah, okay, so season 3 of Randomvivor, Bo Cruz is like a cockroach in the pre-merge. What should have been the first boot on his starting tribe, but Andrew was for some reason. Because Lindsay got funny ideas. And then same thing again. Happened with Zlox. Boker should have gone. Zlox goes instead. Again, because Lindsay had funny idea. So against all odds, Bokruz makes the swap. And then finally gets taken out at swap, like right before the merge. So like, and then I'd also seen him do actually well in other orgs. So I was like, you know what? Maybe we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
He got first boot. So,
Yeah, he just was not around at all.
I realized so the Star Wars challenge wasn't the first thing that we gave y'all this season. There was
No, this
also
first was the
pre-merge idol
hunt.
hunt
Yeah.
that all of you loved and constantly tried to guess.
That was.
I mean, some
Oh,
of those guesses were pretty funny. I'm just saying.
I think Sarah guessed that. So for those of you who didn't know, so in season 7, our merch idol hunt was also a murder mystery. Harrison was killed by the Phantom of Randomvivor. I think was like the story that we did.
Was it the Phantom of Randomvivor? I don't remember.
And it got solved in 20 minutes.
Shout out Nikki.
So
2
I
weeks of
said,
planning solved in 20 minutes.
I said, hey, let's maybe put more effort into this. And one of the idols got
You
found.
act like we didn't spend 2 weeks on the season 7 one.
One of them got found in a day. The other 2 did not get found till almost merge.
Mine didn't get found until merge. It was like the first day of merge, and then Bo was apparently talking about like the results or like the answer, and Miles had already guessed for the day. At that point, I had stopped guessing because I was like, I give up. Like,
Because you guessed that he got stabbed with a candelabra.
Yeah, because I didn't know what to do anymore. I was so locked into like, I can't remember what thing I was so locked into, but
You started it, Sarah. You were like 2 out of 3, and then you just went completely in the opposite direction. Like, you were so close that I was like, oh my god, Sarah's gonna get it, and then you just went in the opposite direction and like fell down this rabbit hole.
I was dying.
honestly, I still got it though, so and it worked out.
You literally got it in the nick of time. Like, we were about to close the idol hunt.
Yeah, we were getting ready to close that shit down. I think did we decide on waiting until the merge idol hunt was revealed, which it wasn't even revealed till the second round of merge.
I think that's what we said, that they would have 24 hours into merge.
I don't know if we announced it, but I know that we definitely said that, like, hey, like, it's going to shut down. I'll see when I like scroll through.
Yeah, I'm gonna scroll through the tree mail while we do this, so we'll see it when we get there.
Yeah, you already talked about it. First tribal.
Bo Cruz.
Obviously, Ross tribe lost.
Yeah,
and then Bo Cruz went home.
Yeah,
God damn it! You all failed me.
that was very easy.
No, because like this starting point, we're all just and like the rest of the stream merge, we're all like, there's no way a fucking Ross tribe member is making it to the.
but I did make it to the end. So
Yes, you did.
But yeah, that tribal, when that happened, like it was a very easy tribal, but I was worried for like the rest of the season because, like I said, like besides me, Miles, and Andrew, like it felt like there wasn't anything that was sticking really well. So like, and obviously we didn't know when we would swap or anything. So I think it was just, we're gonna be the dumpster fire tribe that just is easily picked off for like those like early merge votes or like those like early like swap votes, stuff like that, because we just have no numbers. But it worked out. I don't know. It was a really easy first tribal though.
No, it is not. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. And now we got to the second challenge, which I think went over relatively better. Phineas and Ferb,
Yes.
Oh, yes,
104
this is
days
fun.
summer vacation, and you gotta make a funky little thing. I'm gonna go through everyone's. I'm gonna start with. Let's start with
Freshest
Sarah.
creative challenge.
I was about to ask. Can we start with Sarah, please?
Yeah, I'm pulling everything up. Fortunately, I have to download it. Sarah created the take a hike wherever you want innator.
Oh, that's the other thing I want to bring up, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. So, Sarah, what is that?
Yeah, basically, I was just trying to think of something because I hate creative challenges and I've never liked them. I've only won one prior to the season, and so I usually just do it barely enough so that way I can not be pegged as an inactive person for a group challenge. And so I was just the first thing I thought of was a lot of people like to go hiking in the summer. Let's do something like that and see if you can pick where your hikes are, stuff like that. And then Miles kind of brought a lot of the more fictional locations into it, so there was a lot more you could do with it. And then in the end, I think a lot of it just came down to you can kind of pick your own adventure and you can pause it and kind of come back to it, so that way you didn't have to have a whole day ready set aside and everything. It was just an idea I just randomly threw out there, and then people jumped on it and we just kind of kept building off of it and fine-tuning the details, and somehow I managed to win a creative challenge and something that I actually put effort into as well. So I'm just happy that I was able to put something out because I cannot stress enough how much I hate creative challenges.
There are days that I wish I could judge creative challenges. I'm confused whatever it is that you made.
It was a little simulator thing. I don't know, you press the little pan. I don't even remember at this point. But
the thing that you actually, I think I can just share my screen.
Yeah, that might be better because this was long enough ago where I don't remember.
While I was doing that, I have some beef with everyone with every one of these, and it's that I think every single one of them was an innator.
I mean,
which explicitly goes against the idea.
The challenge was to make a Phineas and Ferb invention.
Yes,
not a Doofenshmirtz invention.
But how are we not supposed to go innator? We don't know how to.
But again, that's not the challenge. The whole point was to make the summer better.
I mean, I guess he's right, but also
Doofenshmirtz's entire goal is to make the summer work.
I would just like to say I said that I thought they used innator for something else in the show, and nobody on my tribe actually put any input into that. So I think that's not particularly my fault.
Where the fuck is this coming from? Who the fuck is doing this? And then all of them are just fucking innators.
Yeah, I didn't care enough to make any sort of logical connection with that. I just wanted to get something submitted.
It's okay, girl. You and me both.
All right, Ross, share my screen.
What?
Share my screen.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You did this, and I think that the graphic helps.
Whoa.
But it's to me it was weird because it was your invention was putting a projector on your head.
No, it was kind of a VR type of situation, but instead of the glasses, it was the projector that kind of changes your surroundings, and you had your little control pad on the watch.
Oh, so I do love the feature section. I do think sort of makes it.
Yeah, I honestly, looking back, I don't really know what the logic was where we came down to that, rather than because I know when I first thought of the idea, I thought of something that was almost basically just a metal box that like you go into, and then within that, like it generates the different locations, but like it just kind of evolved into that, and it was just one of those things where, I mean, we had an idea and we were running with it. I didn't care really what it looked like, and I kind of just went into it assuming I was going to lose anyways because I don't win creative challenges. But I think the formatting, Miles had a lot of like help with like making the formatting at least like look somewhat decent, which really helped. I think even if there were some maybe logical errors in some of our design. But also it's Phineas and Ferb, and most of their designs have logical errors and defy the laws of physics.
Wow.
So I really think that our design kind of leaned into that.
Again, no, wait, hold on. Can we go back up a minute? Is this not Adventure Time themed?
I don't know.
This
It
is
looks like
definitely
Adventure Time.
This is definitely Adventure Time.
But there's Perry the Platypus.
Well, we should have Perry the Platypus. You did something.
And Mount Doom.
I don't know where Mount Doom came from. That was Miles' idea.
I love how it's Mount Doom.
How the fuck did you guys win?
With the meet and greet, though. You can't forget that you get a meet.
Yes.
Actually, I know why the fuck you guys won, because you weren't doing any better.
Wait, so you can find dinosaurs in South America?
I don't know.
You do now.
You need to talk to
identity.
Miles if you want answers. That was him.
To me, this is the
Anyways,
fun part. Time to shame Wonder.
Before we end up spending like any longer on this.
Listen,
we are?
okay.
We go through all of that? Okay.
I mean, hey, Wonder, what exactly is the Weather Boy Nader?
I just want to say, I knew this was doomed at exactly
Would you like to know?
1:15 p.m. my time when I said we were going to lose this challenge. That's when I knew. So, essentially, what happened was nobody agreed on who would be sitting out until pretty much like halfway into the deadline. And I was just essentially just done. And then I got crap for the person that we decided to sit out.
That's
There's my
so
little
cute,
guy.
though.
Look at my little guy, okay? That's my little guy. The rest I'm not responsible for. I'm sorry for how the PowerPoint looks. I will only take credit for the little guy. That's all.
I love
okay.
that the PowerPoint it's special.
Here's the thing. I think that this is great. Even though, like, the actual, like, I think, like, the structure of the PowerPoint is, like, you know, it's using Arial on flat backgrounds. But the actual invention, you are literally controlling the weather. You made Geostorm.
My pitch was okay. It's just whatever happened between.
What is slideshow just doing that is my passion.
I think the pitch was okay. I think the actual little guy was okay. I think where it got lost was the process that came after that.
You got on Shark Tank, but you didn't get the money because you didn't pitch it.
So true. No, I own that. That was not good.
Okay, and I guess we're gonna do all
the
of them.
last
So
one,
let's do the third one.
If Jem is here, the Summer House Innator. I don't know if Jem is here.
I think Jem might not. Yeah, muting for a bit. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
do that.
We can still share a thing real quick and just go through it.
We'll share it.
So the Summer House Innator is a house.
No, okay, so here's the thing. This is something Phineas and Ferb would genuinely make, but you still call it Innator.
It's just, to me, it's not an invention. You hired a contractor.
I mean, what the fuck
got
does
someone to lay
Phineas and
some
Ferb do anyway?
Okay, but an underground amusement park would be really fun.
It does go hard. Again, I I also think that it's really great that basically their philosophy was, or I think what happened was we heard that they were, they did something around my name, and it was like, hey, you can't do this because it's gonna like tell the judges who did it. So they went through and made acronyms and locations for every single host.
That's cool.
It's
So
pretty impressive,
fully
honestly.
incorporated shit into it. Like, to me, even though I don't love the starting idea, I think the density of it, I
Which
think
one
is
was
like,
mine?
this
I
is
don't remember.
fantastic. Yeah. Oh shit. Sorry, Cosmo. And then we got, I think, did we already talk about Tribal? That it just ended in, I don't think we did. Wonder went to Tribal.
Yeah, Wonder went to Tribal.
Wonder, tell us about voting out the person who I tried to not cast.
It's like,
Okay, don't say that. Come on.
Okay,
Essentially,
we only casted him because he
what,
changed
what
his
happened
name.
was just that
Yeah, I asked him to.
I think if he had been under his original name, he would have still been first boot. I'm sorry.
Correct.
Anyway, no, the thing was that we just weren't. Nobody really felt like they were connecting to him. I felt like he was a vibe, but he was just not around enough for me to confidently try to make a difference in that. So it was kind of, I think Peanut just said, do we want to just go rock? And I was like, well, okay, sure, let's go. And then we just kind of quietly submitted our votes. I did lie a little bit to him towards the end. I think there were some colorful words at the end, but you know, that's whatever. We moved, and then it was on to the next challenge.
Oh god. Oh wait, oh never mind. I skipped a challenge. I thought the next one was the Kenny one.
Oh my god, they killed all of us. And our drive to exist in this org.
Okay.
But that was around later.
So Rock's gone. Rest in peace. We now move on to The Nightmare Before Christmas. Ooh. Adelaide, you designed this challenge. Do you want to explain it more?
Adelaide appears to not be here at the moment.
Ah. Well, ain't that something? I gotta see if I remember what the heck this challenge is.
I think it was like something we were given like a list of items and we had to like figure out what each of the three like kids like what their like ideal gift was from the list based on like a description or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That sounds right.
Yeah. I remember it being a fun challenge.
And it was a double tribal. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a cool challenge. I actually like this challenge a lot. Yeah, so who goes here? Who wins this?
I know Jesse was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't
so
remember who
yeah,
was
the
there.
Emma tribe wins this challenge. So yeah.
I think what really helped was that I don't remember who it was, but somebody was like, we gotta really read this carefully, and if you take like 5 minutes longer, so be it. But like, you know, think about what you're submitting. And that added the pressure. So
It's
then
kind
it
of
kind
crazy
of
you
was
say that because I'm pretty sure you guys also had like the shortest time.
I don't probably. I don't anyway.
You guys are really good. I'm looking at the scores. I made this. I don't remember anything. Anyways, really, there was only a few 2 out of 3s. By all technicality, there was one person, I forget who it was, that didn't do a stopwatch. That's why the Adelaide tribe has NA for time. And if in the event of a tiebreaker, the Adelaide tribe would have lost for that reason. But thankfully we didn't need the tiebreaker in the end. So yeah, The Adelaide tribe and the Ross tribe are now going to tribal.
Yeah, that one, I know it started off like we weren't really, at least it seemed like we weren't really sure what to do, but then, or like who would be the easiest of Dennis, Emperor, and Jesse to get the votes on. But then when Jesse was like kind of going out of his way, I think, to throw Emperor's name, I think that made it easier just to pin it on, the vote on him, because like it just meant that like obviously we would be able to get Emperor on board to vote somebody who was throwing his name out. And I think at that point Miles wanted Dennis in, because I think they were at least somewhat close. I still don't really know, because Dennis just was not around a whole ton for me, but
Unfortunately.
yeah. Yeah, so I think that just made it, because Jesse was somebody who I had wanted, like I said, who I had wanted to work with, like starting, like once we started the season, but it just wasn't there, and like everybody was just kind of like having the same situation where he just wasn't really giving them much in conversations. So I think it just came down to a relatively easy vote there to vote him out.
Gotcha.
Jesse's downfall was heartbreaking for me.
Sorry.
Yeah,
And then-
no, it's one of those things that you just have to watch from afar and just like, I had to keep my mouth shut.
Kale, you have no idea how often I go through this hosting an org.
It was rough.
This is one of those times because I really wanted Luna on this season. Because Luna was like retired from works for a while before this, only playing every now and then. And I would constantly be like, "You're playing Second Chance. I don't care. You're playing Second Chance." And then, truthfully, I obviously can't make someone play a thing they don't want to play. So even if they had told me, he had told me no when I asked, I would have been fine with that. I wouldn't have loved it, but I would have been fine with it. So like when he actually told me yes, I got like really excited. And then what happened.
Yeah.
Tragic, really. First season to fall was season 1. F's in the chat. Yeah, so that is the end of this. Now we head down to South Park for the endurance challenge.
Everybody's favorite.
I mean, one more time. No, one more time for the memories.
No.
Oh my God, they killed Kenny.
You bastard.
I was hoping all of you would do it. Damn. Okay.
I mean, given the results of the challenge, clearly my tribe wasn't very good at sending the response fast enough, so. But yeah, that I was excited for the theme, because I used to love South Park. Like, I haven't watched it as much recently just because I know like they've been doing a lot more of like the specials rather than like actual episodes. But like, so I was excited for the theme. But then the challenge happened, and by like at a certain point it was pretty clear we were gonna lose. And I was like, I'm annoyed and I just want to go to sleep.
Honestly, I think the most interesting part of endurance challenges like that for me is seeing who stays up really late, because those are the people that I will be catching when everybody else on my tribe goes to sleep.
Mhm.
Like, you know, when I'll be taking over night watch, for instance. So, and that's, on the other hand, that's really good to make threat assessment if you want to go with that. So, I then had cut out, like, from your tribe, Miles, and who was it? Somebody else. And then obviously, like, Caleb. So...
I think
I'm
Emperor
still
was around for a
behind.
bit in that challenge, but I honestly don't remember like too much, because I think by the time like it got pretty late, I went to bed pretty early because like other people said they would be up for a bit, and I had work in the morning. But
I will say I am very sure the Emperor is around, because this is where Ross and I got a little bit not excited, but some shit was brewing. because Emperor came into the VC during the challenge, and
It
it's
was
like,
with
oh,
Harrison. It was with Harrison specifically.
and Wonder.
Yeah.
Who by this point, Harrison had already solved the idol hunt, but obviously it was too late.
Yeah. So
Wonder.
what happened was that Emperor came in and said, "Oh, I'm fucked. I think I'm done. I don't know what I'm gonna do." Obviously, I think Wonder felt bad for him.
Yeah.
Harrison felt so bad, and this is like out of season stuff. He said that if Wonder was not there, he would have leaked the idol hunt to Emperor, given him the answer, and said, "Here's
Imagine
your
how
idol
funny that
survived."
would have been.
I want to see that outcome so bad.
This was before Bo had found the idol. Not Bo. Sorry. Before Sarah had found the idol. So
Rounds before I found the idol.
so early. So literally so much shit changes if Wonder is not in that VC.
I was invited to be in that VC. Why are you talking like that? He asked if I
So-
wanted to be there. Don't make
So I'm
me the
still
victim
a
here.
little busy, but I just had to jump in and say this challenge for our tribe was a great example of Caleb just being a beast at challenges.
No,
Like-
for sure.
He had such a great early game in challenges.
Oh yeah, that challenge like alone, like I had him pegged as a major threat because of him, like because of that challenge, and like I was like I either need to be like super close with him in the game or I want him out, and like I knew like obviously like sometimes like playing the game based off of like little things like that, like in making my decisions and stuff like that isn't a great way to make decisions, but obviously like he still just seemed was a big threat, so like I still feel justified. God, that challenge though. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I think you all played. You all know this is something we do. It's torture for you, but it's fun for us.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been season 3 where we had a fucking emoji that we used for this.
And you hid the idol hunt behind it, and we all missed it.
No, because we had the idol hunt in other places, and no one was fucking finding it. So okay, a little bit of a thing here. So we had an idol hunt. It was like hidden behind this scrambled cipher, which I'm sure you all remember that fun. It was I forget what we made like certain letters in the rules out of place, or like we changed them up somehow. I forget the exact way we did it. No one found it for 2 full rounds. So the fucking endurance challenge comes up, and it was myself, Emma, and Silver, if I remember correctly, were the 3 hosts doing this. We were like making different hat emojis for it. And then one of them was just called Dumbass, and it had the fucking idol hunt command right on it, and no one fucking got it.
Welcome to Org Players.
So, not only that, we also had a few others that were literally named the three names, 3 words of the idol hunt command. So it's to the max, and I just put them all in a row multiple times, and no one was getting it. It's fine. Someone eventually got it.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Fuckers. Is this where I haven't literally haven't a fucking thing? Who goes to tribal here?
Me.
And who
Yeah.
goes?
And
That
this
was-
is where Jesse goes.
No, Jesse
No.
was
This is Emperor. This is Emperor. This is the frame out of the century.
Yeah, that round.
Okay, so Sarah, I need to see like your perspective here.
So, my perspective of it was that it was gonna be either Dennis or Emperor, because, I think like going back and seeing, I think I saw something that like Andrew almost turned on like Miles there or something, but I don't know if I have the rounds mixed up, but like I think we just kind of in the
Miles was
hot
under contention for this. It's fine.
Yeah, I think so for that we had like in the Hot Girls Alliance chat with me, Andrew, and Miles, we were kind of just talking about who we thought would be better to have like still in the game. And at that point I was leaning towards wanting Emperor to stay, and I know Miles was leaning towards Dennis. I can't remember what Andrew was saying he felt, but like I didn't really feel strongly either way because I didn't really see either of them lasting long anyways, because they weren't the most active or just were harder to have conversations with. But then I think at one point like we kind of agreed then on Emperor, and then so like things were going to be Emperor anyways, but then he sent like his messages like that he meant to put in his confessional like in the tribal chat, and then that made it even easier because
So,
I
okay,
remember
so-
that.
So from my perspective, this is what I was understanding.
Mhm.
It seemed like there might have been a push towards Dennis, towards that ending point. Like it seemed possible. When I say that, I mean Andrew was considering it. I know that at least. And then I think it was in a VC with Adelaide and a couple of others, and I hear, oh my God, what did Andrew Chen do? Over to check, and I swear I've never laughed as hard as I did when I saw it. I think the funniest part about the whole thing is he never deleted the messages. He just accepted his fate.
Well, no, we'd all seen it. Like, I think it's funnier to leave it there.
I know it is, but he just like accepted his fate. It was
Right.
over.
Like I don't know if he knew at first that he sent them in the wrong spot until Andrew sent like the message that was like the
Hashtag Emperor's Confessional.
Yeah.
like I don't know if he knew, and like at that point obviously people saw, so like might as well leave it up if you know somebody saw. But
God, that was.
if he knew that he sent
You know
it,
what's so
didn't
funny?
delete it ASAP,
I don't think anyone saw it for like 10 minutes.
See,
Yeah.
I think I saw it right away, but I didn't want to be the person to say anything.
I want to say, during the season 8 episode, I checked the numbers that the Cypress. I don't know if y'all were watching. Cypress voting themselves out because of Jesus
That
was the
so
biggest
funny.
moment in Randomvivor history,
That was
mathematically
so funny.
speaking. Hashtag Emperor's Confessional is number 2.
Definitely.
That was a good moment, even though, yeah, I honestly, I will admit, like, my memory of some of like the early rounds of this game are a bit fuzzy just because of stuff that happened like in real life, like pretty soon after. So I don't remember for sure if it was more settled on Dennis or Emperor, but I know it was gonna be one of those two, and you're kind of just nobody felt super strongly about it.
Gotcha.
then never
No,
just
because
went
like from my perspective, like I said, it felt like it
Yeah.
was a slight tilt towards Dennis before this, and then that just sealed his fate. And that was it.
Yeah, like absolutely Emperor doing that is what seals his fate. Like, so I don't think it even matters like what happened before that, because
I just want to say, because I don't know if he watches these, but like Emperor is a cool dude.
yeah, he was
This
really
is
cool.
not
Dude.
remotely
No,
anything
it's
against
just
Emperor. We
really
just thought it was
fucking
fucking
funny.
hilarious.
It was a really funny moment. It has nothing to do with anything against him as a person. It was just
Yeah, we love Emperor, but that is just
Fuck, oh fuck, okay, I'm dead almost immediately. 4 out of 5.
so funny. Anyways, before we get too off
And
track,
then we swap.
yeah, swap.
And we swap into the 2 worst tribes, mathematically speaking, in Randomvivor history.
I would argue that Earthlings shouldn't have been on here, but I get why.
Well, again, it's just the math of it. Like, it's nothing. No
Yeah, I know,
personal
I know.
opinion about it.
The only reason why I get because the only reason why I would like argue against Earthlings is specifically because Earthlings was in a season of 14 versus Aberdeen
Yeah.
In a season of 18. Losing half of its members in the first 3 rounds. But like that's like the only argument I had against putting Earthlings on there, but I get
think
why it's there.
The important thing to know here is this happens, I want to say at like 9 or 10 p.m. Wonder wakes up. And oh fuck,
No,
why
I
am I
didn't.
back?
Yeah.
And it's not just that. After Jesse has gone, Sean is also on Everton. So 2 of the original.
I almost wish Jesse stayed and used all 3 of them back in their own suffering.
Funny.
That was the worst like turn of fate, honestly. I was so confused.
I was doing the freaking Carlbot swap and everything, and I see the Everdeen for Wonder, and I just go, oh my fucking god. And then it happened again for Sean, literally the next person over. I was fucking floored.
I think my first message that I received from Bo was, is it fun to be back? And I was like, no. Get out of my messages, please. Leave me alone. No, that was
I
drama.
like how I also wrote Wonder has been sentenced back to Everdeen. Another really funny coincidence, Harrison having to be on Earthlings, the tribe he tormented with the terrible idol hunt.
That swap was nice
but,
to
like,
me. I liked that swap.
It's just funny. It's just funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like it was literally Wonder has been sentenced back to Everdeen. Sarah's on Earthlings. Sean is also being sent back to Everdeen. I'm not gonna lie. If one of you went on Everdeen, I would have fucking lost it.
I found the spot in Wonder's confessional where she got put on Everdeen. Bo messages her, "Wake up, babe, you're back on Everdeen." All caps, "No, I'm not," and then aggressively crying.
Yeah.
I can only imagine waking up to that and just being like, "No, I'm back.
Is this a nightmare?
I'm back in purgatory. I'm back in my suffering again."
All right, and then we do the next challenge. Pretty simple one. Definitely just like a filler challenge, I think.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings. Start tossing some gnomes.
All the gnomes.
God, I played that game.
Gnome toss. So, you want to know how I was introduced to this game? I don't think I've talked about it on here yet. It was through a meme org called Fruit Basket.
Oh God.
And in that org, because it was a meme org, they had us do it in reverse.
Oh, so you had to get the highest like negative score?
Yes.
Nice.
I sent those fuckers flying behind the catapult so many times. I think I won that challenge, actually.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so that's where I knew it from. And I was like, we have to do it for Lord of the Rings because I got nothing else in mind.
Wonder is on her own, I believe, and then Sarah. No, Wonder's with Gem, and then Sarah's on her own.
Yeah.
So, Wonder, would you like to share more about your time on Everdeen?
First of all, I was absolutely pumped because this was like kind of a tribe of people that either I knew I would have to put actual work in because I would have to reconnect with them, or people I really wanted to meet. Both of which great scenarios and challenging and good proofs of like, you know, if you have a decent like social game. So that was fun, I guess. But then we had to toss garden gnomes all freaking day, and I think we briefly were on VC for some of that. Maybe not, maybe I'm misremembering, but so many gnomes were tossed. I think we trauma bonded over tossing gnomes, and that really helped. Also, interestingly, the reason why we were able to like pin Caleb especially early was because Caleb made it clear that he really liked Gem, which I like. Honestly, I love Gem, but also that's a red flag if you've ever seen one as an org player. And well, and Sean and Bo were just, I felt like we were just kind of having a good time and vibing. So I think my goal was to make sure that we didn't at least lose like every challenge, that it wouldn't be another Everdeen scenario. And yeah, we tried and then we failed for the first round. But you know, that's how that goes.
Yeah, but I was just happy to have a break from tribal for a round. I had very few breaks this whole game. And I was already tired, and it was only, what, like, final 16 or something like that.
I think our consideration was initially maybe to try and save Dennis for like the hope of maybe finding an inn with the rest of the Ross tribe.
Mm-hmm.
But then the issue would have been, I think it was tribes of 8, right? So it technically still ties if they vote in their original tribe group as the Adelaide tribe. So the option was either flip somebody or try to not go to tribal after getting out the least active person. And I think that kind of was a selling point, unfortunately.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think once I saw that, like, Dennis was like the only Ross person on the other tribe, it was like, if you guys went to any tribals, they were kind of fucked. Like, just because...
It was really sad because I really enjoyed their energy. It was just that if I were to... I don't really like doing conf count numbers, but if I had done them, I already had, like, at least twice as many messages with Caleb at the same time, so, you know.
Yeah, I think... especially, like, if you're, like, just meeting people for the first time, sometimes you kind of have to take that into account.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah. Yeah, that was that was, like, the second you guys also was like, oh, rip Dennis.
The Everdeen curse continued, and Dennis was the next to fall. Ironically...
no, it didn't continue.
Yeah, well, you went to tribal immediately.
Anyways, ironically,
Dennis for me was kind of unintentional, a little bit. I didn't really want to take another Ross player out of the game, but there wasn't really another choice.
That adds up. Yeah, no, ironically, this is the second Dennis to be on Everdeen. So,
true, actually.
There's a little bit of trivia.
Ironically, I don't know if you can confirm, Gem. Maybe you can, but ironically, word got around that very round that apparently Caleb would be out for either one of us if one of us was to fail the next like challenge in terms of performance. So that really added external pressure, and I still don't know if it's real.
And we get to the next challenge, which a Randomvivor classic, in the sense that when the wheel was happening, it was requested every season by one person,
by one individual specifically. So okay, there's a little bit of lore here. It was a running joke with this person all the way back in season 1. It was the first time they told me about this idea. And I was like, could be funny. Don't know how we do it. We'll see. So season 3 rolls around. I actually technically did spin the wheel and got it. But again, didn't know what to do for it. So I spun again. And that's how we got Wizards of Waverly Place. I consider that season my punishment for defying the wheel.
You could have had me debut, or not debut, could have had me thrive on an Adam Sandler season, and I watched fucking That's My Boy to prep, and then Danny traumatizes me.
Anyways, so yeah, this theme was a long time coming. Adam Sandler. What we did was we took a bunch of Adam Sandler movie posters, and by we I mean me, because I was the one who went through and did all this.
Graphic design boy, rah.
And this wasn't even designed. This was literally just screenshotting small sections of Adam Sandler posters.
Minimal effort boy, rah.
You still screwed up by not choosing Punch Drunk Love for one of the posters.
Just a dot of blue.
So, okay, I know I got shit for Uncut Gems.
No, but that one made sense. I figured that one was going to be on there, like, to kind of throw it off. But, like, the picture had that bit of texture to it.
Yeah,
That
that's
helped.
why I did it, is because it had that texture.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have done it if it was just straight black.
Yeah, that would have been a bit cruel. But I still would have thought it was funny.
So, I know I will get shit for this, but one of my personal favorite Adam Sandler movies is Pixels, but that's also because I'm just a video nerd.
Boo. Disgusting.
I'm
man.
a nerd!
Boo.
Let me live!
I'm a nerd too, but I have taste.
I'm a video game nerd. You're a movie nerd. They're
I'm a
very
video game
different individuals.
Excuse me.
They're very different types.
I pre-ordered the remake of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door.
Okay, that's great. I didn't do.
Damn right, that's right. Fuck you.
I can't afford to buy most games right now. So. I'm poor. Except for I will buy certain games if I really, really want them. Anyways, point is, I had to do Pixels. So that's why that's there. But yeah, I think it was 10 Adam Sandler movies, took their posters, just did it that way. So yeah, most of them were really easy, and a lot of them were like perfect scores until you got to Uncut Gems and Leo. Leo is the one where I'm shocked people fucked up on. I expected Uncut Gems, but I did not expect Leo.
I think at least the Uncut Gems one, because I remember at least in the Earthlings chat, like before like anybody like had run the challenge or something, because I think we had to sit somebody out or something like that. But before like it was prohibited to talk about anything, we were like, Uncut Gems is one that he absolutely would try and do to like fuck us over, because it's mostly black posters. So I think a lot of us were expecting that to be on there. But if we hadn't like had a conversation like that, I think that probably would have tripped more people up.
I know there were a few people who got tripped up. I can't remember who specifically, but there were a few. Leo is the one where I was shocked people actually fucked up on, because I would have kept a piece of the whiteboard in there.
That one I remember, because I had like a website. I think that site that you said like that you had the link sent with like the challenge instructions, that everything would be on that.
Yeah,
like
I got
had
posters from that site. Yeah,
and Leo was tripping me up just in terms of like finding the right poster, but like I think that little bit that you left there was what helped it stand out finally.
If you actually notice in the top right corner, there's a little piece of the logo still. The L from Leo.
Yeah.
So I was really shocked that a lot of people didn't get this one. So like, if you look through here, the lowest score we got was an 8 out of 10, and it was gotten by 3 people. It was Harrison, Willow, and Nick. Well, I'm actually kind of curious now which ones they got wrong. Let me go look. As I scroll up Harrison's submissions.
That challenge was a cool one though, because as much as Adam Sandler is like kind of a meme, like I like a movie based challenge, and even though it was just movie posters, I liked it.
Yeah. Couldn't do trivia, unfortunately. Not an option.
I think I spent
Way
most
too
of
unfair
my
for some
interaction
people.
that day with Bo screaming at him for. I don't remember which movie it was, but screaming at him for some movie.
Oh, that's right. Harrison got 50 First Dates wrong.
Oh, that's a
What?
How do you get that one? I don't remember being like a hard poster either.
No, that wasn't a hard
I think
one.
it's 50 First Dates the one he got wrong. Hold on.
Huh.
No, I'm wrong. He got that one right. He got Grown Ups 2 wrong because he put Grown Ups 1.
Oh no.
Also pretty obvious, but okay. We don't judge.
And then he also got Leo as well. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to go through everyone's because I know we are already here for an hour and we're not even at merge yet. So
Woohoo.
let's continue forward. Sorry. Earthlings. The Everdeen curse has been broken. Officially. Yeah. Everdeen won a challenge.
To be fair, it would take one more round of us winning immunity to finally break the curse, because that would mean that we would officially have won more.
You had a winning streak going.
Then. Well, yeah, but like we didn't. No, we only won a single immunity on the original Everdeen tribe for the whole of Everdeen. So it needed 2 immunities to break the curse.
Oh, so funny. Anyways, so Earthlings go to tribal.
I don't know how much I can add about the tribal, just because this is where like the few rounds where just stuff was like going on like outside of the game for me. But all I remember is like both this round and then the next one, like right before like the vote had settled on somebody, like I was involved in the creation of an alliance with the person who was about to get voted out, and I was like, come on, if I was around more I would have fought more to like keep them in, because like Amory, like yeah, she wasn't around a whole ton, but I really liked talking to her, and like she was somebody who like kind of started game talks with me earlier than some of the others. And like at that point, like Haley and Willow were both 2 people that like I just wasn't really having great conversations with. Like nothing against them, I just always struggled to talk to the children in these games. But yeah, that was, I think, I know both Val and Amory's names had been mentioned. I don't know if anybody else had been mentioned, but I was more or less just, I wanted myself to be safe. I wanted Miles and Andrew to be safe, and that was, if that could happen, I would count it as a win, just because I was dealing with a lot outside of the game, and I didn't want it to like affect my game, like to the point of like losing a close ally or losing the game for myself. But yeah, I that was like a round I didn't really have like a bunch of like input on the vote. I just kind of waited until the majority was settled on and I went with it. And I think that round was Amory. I think that was the next round.
Yep.
Yeah, this ramen is dope
Amory
as fuck.
goes here.
They sent me the broth separate. It's like the broth and then the ramen is like 2 separate bowls.
God, I want ramen.
Get it. Treat yourself.
Anyways, now we've reached winter is coming.
God, fucking greed.
Greed! The Iron Throne!
I think this was our first time where like we did it and it was not like a joint tribal.
Is it? Yeah,
I think so.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Season 7.
Fuck.
Yeah, that was like, I really just wanted like a day where I could just not be online at all. And like obviously with like having to go to tribal makes that complicated. So I just really, really did not want to go to tribal. But then of course at the last second Haley went to Greed, and I was at that point I was just like, Haley can go. Like she was the person I trusted the least on the tribe at that time. And I was just, that was my last straw. I was just so tired. And I just wanted a break. But yeah, she obviously was safe that round, so I kind of just same thing as the previous round. I just did what I could to make sure that I was fine, but yeah, I don't know. It was what it was.
Okay. So yeah, greed happens. Who takes greed again? I don't know.
That was Haley.
Haley.
That was Haley.
It was Haley? Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
That makes sense. And then, yet again, robbed as heck. Val falls.
That was
I think-
awful, by the way.
we
Can I just say?
I loved Val. Like, I did not want her to go. Like,
Val is one of those players where I've only ever seen them flop, but I know she can succeed.
I think even for us, I think we had some players who were like, we want to see you play again, and you did well your first time, do better this time. And some who it's like, you have so much potential,
Mhm.
I need to see you grow. And Val was there, and I honestly think that she has a incredible game in her. She just got fucked.
yeah.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, because she was like one of the like at that point in the game, obviously besides Andrew and Miles, since I had already been with them since the beginning,
Mhm.
I was by far having the best conversations with Val, like over like everybody else, like at that
Yeah.
point. And like she was just being amazing to me on like a human level. And like she was somebody I felt like I could have trusted had we like actually like made it like further in the game together. But it just yeah, like I said, I had a lot going on outside the game, and I just couldn't put the effort into try and sway things.
So we went to First Tribal, which I know I didn't get a chance to touch on too much because I was busy, but Val was the first person to tell me that, like, no, I don't want to see you go home here. When my heart was pounding that First Tribal that we had because I was like, oh shoot, I didn't play with any of these people in a prior season. I don't know what's gonna happen. My heart's pounding, and like I was just praying that I'd made some allies, and Val was like the first person to be like, no, we're good, you're good, I want to see you like stay through. So like I was like heartbroken to see Val go.
Yeah, that was one of those rounds where I wish it had a different outcome, but yeah, that one was not a fun round.
Yeah, so Val ends up going, and now we've merged.
No,
I
Ross, you
really
forgot
like
the
my road
important
sign
thing.
bit.
Yeah. The next theme, after we do like these major franchises and like Adam Sandler and like big shit, road
Hey,
signs.
Road sign.
Absolutely just commit to the bit with
I'm gonna
maybe
make
the
you all
worst
stuff the way
theme.
I did with traffic school. You're gonna do shitty traffic school with these 2000s ass CG graphics.
But yeah,
Why does that sound entertaining though? To make you guys sit through like a 6-hour traffic school?
That sounds miserable.
on May 18th, y'all merged. And tell us about the whole experience before we get to this first challenge.
I loved the challenge, but this was also the start of my second place card.
Well, no. I'm saying like tell us about meeting each other.
Yeah, that was fun. Like, I had like because like at this point, like I think Harrison was the only person that like I had met like that I had actually played with before and like legitimately like had like a working relationship at some point with, because Haley, we voted her out first on my tribe in season 5. So and like there was another season I think I played with her somewhere else, but the same thing. Like it's just I went out early, so I just never really talked to her. But yeah, because Bo I had played with, and I was really like I really liked him from another season. Jem, I know I was hoping like to have something like different than what happened in season 5, and then Peanut I had not technically played with because that was my flop era in my first boot season. But like he's just always been somebody in the org community that's like really funny to have around, and like he was somebody that I was like I feel like I could work well with. And there's just like a lot of people I was really happy, and then Wonder as well, because like I had never like played with her, but she was always somebody that I just thought was like somebody that's so nice to like see in the community, and like I just really wanted to like actually talk to her and like play. Like it's just like a lot of people that I was excited to be able to play the game with, and like I felt like I was having a lot of really good conversations and everything. But like I knew I was coming into merge like at a disadvantage just in numbers, both in swap and like OG tribe. So I just was like, I don't know how this is gonna go, but I felt like I at least had like good like conversations when I was having fun like talking to people. So it could have, and I also found the idol, so that could have gone worse. But
I think we skimmed
that
over
idol
it
was
in
real
time. I don't know when Bo found the idol. I can double check that really quick. And
yeah, I
then
don't know when
literally,
you
you found that
Oh,
idol
close.
maybe a day before we shut down the commands.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ross, and to an extent like Randomvivor, has a philosophy of like the pre-merge idol is like in actual Survivor, if you get off the island where you're at, that idol's gone. Like you can't get it anymore. So we gave you time at merge, but at a certain point we gotta take it away from you.
Yeah.
Where's spec announcements? Bo found it on the 12th, and then Sarah, you found it on the 20th.
Okay. Jeez. Oh my god. That's embarrassing.
And it was only 2 weeks after Wonder. Which I still don't understand how the fuck she did it so quickly. And then Jem, if you're around, how did like coming into the merge like work for you?
I mean, I was given that Everdeen I think had good numbers. I'm not looking at the servers to double check. I was feeling pretty confident in those numbers, but I was missing from, again, like I said, the early discussion where I would have gotten to talk about this. Sean, not voting out Sean was actually really important personally because he and I had a talk where he was like, look, if you don't vote for me here in the round where Luna went, he's like, look, if you don't vote for me here, like, I will have your back. I will be your buddy. I will be your ally. Like, we'll be good. And so I felt pretty good going with Bo, Sean, and Caleb from Adelaide into the merge because I felt like, okay, I've got that. That's solid. Other than that, though, I was nervous. There were some wild cards, a lot of unfamiliar faces, and faces I voted out in season 5, like Sarah. So I wasn't like too excited all around. I was more intimidated than not, but I did feel like I at least had some people that liked me a lot going into merge, and then from Everdeen, I felt like I'd connected well with Wonder and Peanut, especially. So I hoped that like things would be okay, but I wasn't sure.
Jen, keeping Sean, especially that round, I think really helped you to go farther. So like, I think that was like a good decision, for you. So I just want to give you credit there.
Great investment long term.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great investment. I wasn't sure because they both were inactive, and I actually knew Sean personally had said something about like his job or something. And so I was worried that actually he really just wasn't emotionally in it. And that was part of why I was like, no, I want to keep him, not just because like he was making promises, like anybody can make promises. But I was like, I wonder if he had the chance to keep going. Like the first day when I talked to him was an entirely different person almost than a couple days later when he just seemed kind of dejected and down a little bit. So I was like, I wonder if keeping him around, like he'll get to like, I don't know, grow more into the game again, like he was on day one.
So the first challenge that we get come the merge. Unless I wonder, do you have anything else you wanted to add to merge dynamics?
No, I think for the most part it's summed up pretty well. My benefit was that I only didn't know 3 people out of the whole merge cast, which I think that's a concerningly good starting point. Of course you need to like reassess everything, but what I would like to point out is that I think the dynamic was really interesting coming in because what tipped off the whole like concern about the OG Ross people was not one of the Ross people, but it actually was Haley and Willow. And that's kind of actually how that concern started in the back of like people's minds, I think. Because up to that point it might have been just fine, but then these two would come back to the OG Emma people from Everdeen and essentially just like, hey, these people are cool, you know, this and that, and that's kind of how that started. And then on the other hand, the good thing about having somebody like Caleb on your swap tribe is that you can be pretty sure where Caleb stands. And the bad thing about having somebody like Caleb on your swap tribe is that you need to be sure you know where you stand with them. So that was, I think, the main challenge going into Merge. But not just for me, but essentially for everybody on Everdeen. And especially the people that weren't on the OG Adelaide tribe.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me. Like, I feel like, yeah, like Caleb, if I had met him earlier in the game, that was like something I feel like it could have been very different. But because I knew, like, at that point that he'd met everybody except for people on my OG tribe. I mean, no, he was never mind. I had screwed up who he had met, but knowing like who he like had on his side and everything, it was just, I don't know that he's ever gonna trust me. So that was just somebody that I feel like I didn't put a whole ton of effort in. Where like there are other people I felt like I could have made more progress with.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
So, first merge challenge. I think at least my personal philosophy was, you made it this far, we're gonna treat you with stuff I know that most of you want to do. So, Taylor Swift.
Woohoo.
This was gonna be the season 6 theme, and then I knew that I wanted to cast Wonder, and I knew that I wanted to cast Kale, who had just met in a Taylor Swift themed season somewhere else. So
Yes.
I said, I can't do that as a theme, so that's how we got Hunger Games.
That wasn't the only reason. Hold on. I think you guys do whatever you wanted, except for I did veto Twilight, but that's beside the point. I think you guys do whatever you wanted. You guys pitched it as a Taylor Swift season, and then the Maddie Huey stuff happened.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys are like, well, we can't do that now.
But like, let's be so honest. I would have happily supported Kale playing, but I don't think I would have applied to a second Taylor Swift season. So
I still would have applied for another Taylor Swift season, and I feel like I would have probably like gone even harder since I'd won that first Taylor Swift one. So like to do another Taylor Swift one, I'd be like, okay, well, I have to do this again. So.
So yeah, that is why it is the Hunger Games, and honestly, I think I preferred that theme. So
I thought the Hunger Games theme was super fun.
That was a great theme.
I still loved it. Yeah.
I mean, it's our second best season. We can get into that later. But yeah, Taylor Swift, you do puzzles. By the grace of fucking God, somehow Peanut won the Taylor Swift challenge.
That was the funniest thing.
To be fair, it was just a puzzle. Like,
Yeah,
but
he
on
likes
paper, it's
puzzles.
it
really
required no actual knowledge.
To be fair, the fact that the puzzle itself was a poster of the air, like a majority of it was the Air Store poster, that did help me because like I knew what the look of it was once I saw like even like one piece. So like that did help me speed things up for myself. So granted, it didn't affect things in the end, but I think having that prior knowledge did help a little bit for me.
It can only help you so much because this does begin your season-long arc of second place.
Always second place. That was so painful. So painful.
I was actually really disappointed in myself.
I will get to it later.
We joked earlier that Harrison's was the second best arc. I think this might be better.
No,
Always
because we can get into this more later. I think I was talking I was talking to Kayla about this as we were getting into the end game, and it was like, I genuinely don't know if I want Sarah to FTC, because if she gets second, I don't know how she's gonna be.
Yeah, we did have a conversation about this. Like, it was almost like a running bit of the season when we would be tallying results and we'd see that you were second. We're just like, oh my god, she
It's
can't
even
catch a
funnier when you
break.
realize that you actually won final immunity.
God, I if I hadn't won that, if I had gone second place there, I would have actually. I think I actually would have cried.
Well, here's the thing: if you got second place there, I think it's a 3-1. You're out.
Yeah.
Like that. I think that's the difference.
Yeah. Like, I needed to win that, but like also like I would have cried if I had gotten second place there more than like in the end, like at least in Final Tribal, like losing there, like it would have hurt less, I think, just because like being able to see like the kind of Final Tribal like my competitors were having, like speaking in hypotheticals before it was locked down to being me, Nick, and Wonder. Losing there just doesn't hurt as much because you can kind of see what's going on as it's happening, rather than during the challenges you're just kind of submitting your results and it's just hoping for the best.
So we get to that first tribal, and it's a little messy. I will say specifically, as I was going through like the actual tribal itself, people were screaming, mostly Haley was screaming that votes were getting put in and there was no talk about it. So what happened?
I don't know who submitted all those votes.
God, I had to talk my dad.
I knew
That-
Tina did one as a meme.
That's just Peanut. Like, I think we
Yeah.
all Peanut was one of them.
If I remember correctly, the first vote submitted was Willow.
Yeah, I think so.
That makes sense.
I think Peanut then followed suit, but I do believe it was Willow first.
So what made y'all? I know that you just chose Greed, but like, what made y'all choose Haley?
Well, I didn't choose Haley.
Yeah,
I would have voted Haley, but
I actually did not choose to vote Haley. Like, I followed along with that. So actually, this is a good time for me to point out that I played season 5 of Mentor with Haley, and I know she's scary because she got to final 5 in that org. So I actually could not, in good conscience, initiate a vote against Haley. In my good conscience, I refused to metagame in what I thought would be metagaming. So actually, like, I truly did not leave that vote. I was actually kind of trying to work with her a little bit until she said Nick. And then somehow Nick was like, yeah, I know it's me, when I didn't tell him at all that she brought him up. And he somehow knew. And he was like, so I know it's me, and I know Haley pushed it. He's like, so obviously I know what I gotta do. And I was like, oh no. And then I just kind of went with wherever the majority was, personally.
I do want to back that up though, because I don't know if Ross was a part of the conversation, but I know for me especially, I think Haley was an app as well. That I was like, I really want to cast her because I've seen her be so great in other places.
I can't remember if Haley was an app or not.
And she got first boot in season 5.
Yeah.
Like tied first boot, but still. And it felt so unfair because I know how good she can play. And I wanted to give her that platform. And she was good for a while. Just the last couple of her rounds ended up not going so hot.
Yeah, I think taking Greed was at least part of her downfall, because if she hadn't taken Greed there, I would have probably been a lot more open to working with her. But like, that was just one of those things where, like, if I'm already iffy about wanting to work with somebody and then they do something that just like that, where I was just already not in a great place and I was like, I just wanted the night off, and she was the person that took that away from me, I'm like, in the moment I was like, yeah, if there's an opportunity to vote her out, I won't fight it, because
So essentially, what happened in my experience, I have a firm rule, or I guess I had a firm rule going into the season that I would not be pitching anything the first 2 tribals at least. But what I did do was I forwarded the information that I received through external sources. And one of these points of information was an alliance that I had back on the OG tribe with Harrison and Haley, where essentially, I want to say it was kind of late into the whole tribal, but it wasn't super late, where she would start to like basically say, oh, this is so quiet, nobody's really saying anything, maybe I should just go out and say a name, yada yada yada. And that's kind of when I reached out to who I thought would be good key players back from Everdeen, and just kind of say, listen, I feel like Haley might be pitching a name soon, like kind of keep an eye out for that. And it wasn't like really long after that the word got around that she had said Nick's name, and obviously Nick wasn't really happy about that. So I can just write the coattails of that and be like, hey, listen, if that's something you want to do, I would be super down for that. And of course that secures kind of Nick's trust a little bit more in me, and it gives an opportunity for like an easy-ish name. Plus there's like, I feel like this unwritten rule of people that take greed usually don't make it very far into merge anyway. So I was kind of half expecting that she would be going soonish anyway, and it was like, why they decided to try and blindside Andrew, I still don't fully understand. I think it was to make sure that no idol would be played, but
Yeah, I was pretty much.
I was not about to speak up about that.
I was saying any explanation I got was that it was to try and get an idol play, like, or to like bait the idol out, because at that point, like, I mean, there's only 3 of us from like OG Ross, and like it makes it a lot easier to kind of guess where that idol might be.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he actually did this, but I think at one point Andrew might have mentioned something like he was talking about potentially like trying to make people think he had an idol, like to get the vote off of him. But I don't know if that actually happened or not. But like in the moment I was like really confused, like why I would be left out of like something when I would have much rather voted Haley over Andrew. But knowing that there was like potentially like trying to bait an idol, like I can see why I was left out. Doesn't make it hurt less, because I was just like, dang, that sucks. And that like made the early merge kind of like not super fun, like just from like actual like gameplay sense, because I was just like fighting for my life after that. But I can absolutely see the like reasoning behind it.
I think your biggest issue going into that whole scenario was kind of that like what we got from Haley and Willow, these like 2 rounds just going in, and them saying that you were like really cool people, all 3 of you, was like, you know. And then that kind of edit came up of like, hey, they could pull like a Tika 3, so
yeah, that's fair.
That wasn't in your favor.
No, I know, like it's just like the situation, like coming into it with the numbers, like none of it really shocked me. It's just like, I think like it's like in the moment I think I was looking at it from a lot less of a rational spot, and I was like a lot more hurt than like I would be if I was like somebody watching that happen to somebody else. Like if I was watching that happen on actual Survivor, I would have absolutely understood like the logic behind it, and like I understand the logic behind it now. But yeah, it's just like one of those things, like you can kind of control narrative, but you also can't control what other people are saying about you. So yeah, so I can definitely see what that perspective was.
I think what really worked in your favor, though, especially you and Miles, was that people really perceived you two, especially, like really positively. So I could have told you, honestly, like probably that round or the round after that it's probably not going to be you two unless you do something like majorly messed up for some reason. But you know, do you want to play that card, or do you want to keep that in the back of your hand for the time being?
Oh yeah. If I were you, I would not have like spilled that information. Like I think in the moment it makes more sense to kind of keep that like yeah, like you said, like just kind of keep that in your back pocket.
So, I think we're gonna move on to next round.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Next round was what the season 6 theme should have been, but Ross was a man derogatory. Welcome to Twilight.
Let me win.
Guys,
I do want to say, so the original version of this challenge was turned down and became what y'all got. Because what I wanted to do was, and actually it was the same scene that Kale eventually used. I wanted to task y'all to do whatever you can to recreate as many stills from the baseball scene as you can.
No, that's messed
Amazing.
up.
Whether that's you like you as yourselves or with like objects or whatever.
That's so messed up of you.
Thank you for not doing that.
It would have been so fun. What are you talking
No.
about?
It would have been funny as a spectator or like the people that get, or like as a host to see the pictures come in. But as a player, I would have hated that.
Just imagine you get like a little claymation figure that you can like do stop motion for the whole scene.
Yeah.
One of them, you just take pictures of the forest. Ooh, here's a scene. But yeah, it eventually became what Kale actually ended up programming. Of here's the clip and place the scenes in order, which I also like. For the
That was
record,
my challenge.
Good challenge.
It was a fun challenge. I really enjoyed doing it and watching everyone do their guesses. I tried to trip people up and it worked, and I was so happy, but I was also like happy that people paid attention, and you know, we had good scores across the board, some not so great scores, but for the most part it seemed like a successful challenge.
Yeah, I really liked it. Like, I mean, that scene in Twilight, it's an iconic scene. So I was like, when I opened the video and it was like, it was the baseball scene, I was like, this is amazing. I don't even care what the results of the challenge are. I'm just glad that I have an excuse to watch this scene again.
Fair.
it's one of the best scenes in the movie. Honestly.
Mm-hmm. It's a great scene.
Now, Wonder, who won that challenge? Was it Wonder?
That was
No.
Andrew.
That was Andrew.
It was Andrew. Okay.
I was trying so hard to do good at it, and then I did not do good at it.
And I got second place again.
I think, yeah, I was about to say, I think Sarah got second place.
No.
Honestly, you could take any challenge and say there's a pretty good chance that I got second place in it.
Another thing I loved about the challenge was getting to talk about Twilight and everyone's confessional. So let's round robin.
I want to shout out. I want to give a
great
shout
conversation.
out. Every season, I think so far, our player interaction has been fairly low. It's mostly just been me and Emma being gay with everyone. Kale, like, pardon the pun for the round, stepped up to the plate and legitimately carried the production social game. I love seeing her questions, and every one of you, I think, pointed out that having Kale around improved like your mental game state.
Yes.
Kale, okay, I want to say this right now. I've had a lot of hosts in this org's history that do absolutely nothing, and I was worried Kale was going to be the same way Adelaide suggested. Kale, you were exactly the opposite. You were exactly what we needed. Thank you so much.
Of course, chronic yapper here who just likes talking to people, who does a good job at talking to people. Who would have thought?
There's a reason you won best host in touchy subjects.
So true.
Oh, that like melted my heart, honestly, because there was definitely like early on, because I didn't really know. I was like, I don't know how involved these people want me to be, but you know, everyone said yes to me being involved in their confessionals, and I was suddenly met with, oh my god, I have to talk and get to know to like 18 people. Oh no. Right, so it was like it was a validation moment for me to be like, oh, obviously I'm doing a good job. Okay, cool. But getting to kind of do this challenge was really fun, and Let's talk about the results of this challenge. So Andrew won, which was pretty good timing, right? What do you guys have to say about where your minds were at?
Oh, I was nervous as hell. I was nervous. I was very, very nervous.
Was this one of the game night ones? This was
Game
either the
night?
first or second game night, wasn't
I
it?
think game night happened around the Brooklyn Nine-Nine one.
Okay. I know we did two.
Yeah, because it was like the first night, I think, was the night that we had the challenge, like the time to do the challenge, and then the next game night was, it started like around when challenge results were like read and everything. So I think at least the both of them that happened in merge, because I don't know if you guys had any pre-merge, like they both happened in that round.
Okay, because we didn't. I didn't do any pre-merge game night. I just thought it would be fun if everybody did something not like cutthroat for a minute.
Was that the round that, like this round where Andrew won, was that the one where Willow went on her trip?
Yeah.
Oh, so this was Willow's vote. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
This was not a game night.
Yeah, game night I think was the next one. And yeah, the Willow vote, I think the only reason I wasn't like freaking out more was the fact that like I think it was pretty easy to pin to get the vote on her rather than potentially like me or Miles, because she just like straight up was not like on. Like I know she like told us that she wasn't going to be, but it was worse than I think most of us thought it was going to be. Plus, like hearing you guys give the context of like why like Haley and Willow were kind of targeted a bit, like that previous round, like it makes sense why Willow went there. But
you know what the truly tragic part was? I think, was it that round or the round before that? I'm not sure. Could have been right when we merged too. But I think I had a VC with Willow and one other person. I'm not sure. I think Harrison. And she just came in. No, it was Peanut. She came in and she asked if one of us had the idol because she was worried about her trip. And I had the idol. And I had to lie to her face on voice call. It was miserable.
No.
It was so miserable.
I had I had a call with Peanut his round where like I had to, and also the game night, like after like a voice call, like Harrison was involved there, I had to do a lot of lying to make sure I didn't accidentally trip up and say I had the idol, even though I feel like if people like kind of had to guess where the Ross idol was, it was pretty easy at that point. But yeah, I'm not a good liar, especially when it comes to like on like voice calls and stuff. So that was the time. So I definitely understand your pain.
I think this might have been the first game night, actually, because then I think Andrew got voted out the second game night, which was the night Sarah was able to be there, which was also the night that Bo told me the game was going to get hard for him.
Yeah, that whole night was like, I think for a bunch of us
was a time. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you're
okay. But I did need to clarify for my brain. Okay, so that was the first game night. I wasn't really sweating when Willow was gonna. I mean, I kind of was, because I was like, well, what if Willow made a bunch of connections besides me? But Willow was so dead in our messages. I don't know if she's focused on like other people's DMs to like, and just kind of didn't really count me as a number that was like needed or saved her or something. I don't know, but I wasn't having too many hard feelings personally about voting Willow. I forget when it came together, or when I heard at least that Willow was going to be the vote. I forget at what point in the round, in the tribal part of the round, but I don't know.
I know I was like pretty early on like trying to push Willow's name just because like I knew she wasn't around to kind of like to counteract that, and also that was when I was really scared of like both a Pagong and like also just with being left out of the previous vote, I was like, I had no idea where I stood with anybody except for Miles and Andrew, and kind of Harrison, but not as much because he still was in the loop of that Haley vote. But yeah, that was like, I don't know when it like for sure landed on Willow, but I know I personally was trying to push for it pretty quickly.
Somewhere between Haley and Willow's vote, I think, was when me, Bo, and Tina made an alliance. I forget when. But it was like, for me, well, Bo, I think me and Bo talked about it as an idea of like, oh, we need to make sure the Emmas from Evergreen still feel like we're with them and don't feel like we're just like gonna throw them to the wind now that we're in merge. But I forget if that was Haley's round or Willow's. And I think Bo, I think I've been talking to Peanut and having good conversations with Peanut, and I also had an alliance with Wonder and Caleb, so I felt confident about that at the time. And then Bo was in like every one of my alliances almost. It was bad.
That was me with Miles. Miles was in like every single alliance I was also in.
And then I forget, when did Harrison just randomly make the feminism alliance and be like, I don't want to see either of the
Oh, that
season
was
5
after.
girlies go.
That was after.
Feminist arc is the funniest thing I think I've
So
ever
funny.
seen that man do.
That was after the second game night. Like I can talk more about it unless we
Okay,
want.
well,
Yeah, like because like I can. That was there was a lot that happened for me, like conversation wise with Harrison and Miles that night after the second game night. But yeah,
I
do
think
want
first
to.
game night everyone just chilled and there wasn't really much like tension behind it. I think everybody was just playing games and hanging out.
I do want to do one thing before we like transition into the next round and everything. We didn't talk about the merge idol hunt. Which
yeah, that.
maybe it's because I designed it, but that'd be really fun to hear y'all talk about it. Because apparently I made something too hard, which is not a shocker if you know me. I wrote it down in the notes here. So, because I don't know how far all of y'all got into it.
So
It's
I found
I-
all the letters because I remember like that part was posted right before I was about to get on a flight, and like through like some like status my sister had with the airline, I was able to get free Wi-Fi, but I acted like I wasn't online because I didn't want to talk to anybody for a little bit. So I spent like the entire 3-hour flight scrolling through the old servers, finding the letters. But then once I got there, I figured it had to be some sort of like, I think I spent a little bit trying to unscramble the letters, but like I like couldn't get anywhere. So I wasn't 100% certain. And I didn't know, like, and I'm bad at ciphers. Like, I'm just straight up not good at them. So, like, I think once I reached that point, I was, like, hoping either I was able to get some help from Miles or I was able to get a clue, like you ended up doing.
Yeah, so I think the big issue was, I think when we were planning this, I was sitting there like, I feel like this is too easy to access. It's like once you do it, you can find the letter, you can find the numbers, you can find the letters, you can do this. Yeah. And then Ross says, well, let's just do a Caesar cipher, which I am aware of because I think they're called ARGs. Ross can correct me there. Where like you have to like,
right.
Yeah, just like dig through like audio files and converting like image coloring or whatever and find random shit. So I know about a Caesar cipher about like the depth of a code. I thought that was something that most people knew. And apparently not. I gave, I think, 3 separate hints about it before saying straight up, hey, this is a Caesar cipher. And even so, did not get found for, actually, let's do the math here really quick.
While you math, I will just say
I think it was
not
right
doing-
before the final 8 or the Big Brother round. I think it was right before then that Miles found it. But like you literally gave us the clue that was the like the breakdown of like how many letters were in each like part of the command, and then like I think it was just pretty quickly from there, and it's just a race to who got the tasks done first.
I announced the hunt on May 21st, and Miles found the idol on the 1st. It took 10 days to solve the idol hunt.
I do have one question with the Caesar cipher, because that was like where I got stuck. Was there a clue somewhere that like let you know what the value of the shift was?
No,
No,
Yeah.
but
it was.
I
the
think
sixth
that's
grade
what
of
tripped us up,
Caesar
because
cipher.
Yeah.
because
In my experience, Caesar cipher is always 3 letters back, right?
so to
That's
the
the
reason that I
regular.
did what I did is there is a Caesar cipher like decoding website, and that's how I got everything. And the default on it when you first open it is 7.
okay.
So that's and literally, I think when I announced it was a Caesar cipher, a lot of people, they got the letters correctly almost immediately because it was the default.
Yeah,
I
I think
looked on that website that I used in season 5 to try and figure out the ciphers then, and I used it again now, and I couldn't figure out. I got the numbers, and I couldn't figure out like how to shift it, and I couldn't figure it out, and I was
Yeah,
kind of confused. I thought it'd be not easy, but like easier than it was.
right, because I think it was like the first clue that you gave to it potentially being a Caesar cipher, because like I think it was that same night
I did A2 Brute.
Yeah, that one, because we like that was like the voice chat like with me, Harrison, and Miles after the second game night had ended, and somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned like that like had something to do with Caesar. Maybe it had like to do with like a cipher, but like from there, like I don't think any of us like were able to figure it out, just because we just are dumb and couldn't figure it out.
I've learned now that I should maybe not assume everyone knows everything I do,
Yeah.
because I'm a freak.
It was a very fun hunt. Like I think it's just the cipher, because I'm very bad at them, that just made it difficult. Because every other part of it, I
disappointed
really
me.
All right, I need to head out, but I can use this to transition into the next round, which I literally have it written down fucking in front of me. It's the Brooklyn Nine-Nine, the Halloween heist.
Great timing.
Oh my god.
I'll finish my dinner after this then.
Sorry. Have fun.
Fine.
This
I
is
ran
the
out of
best
time.
season, and Ross agrees with me. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Anyways, so this was my baby. Oh, I gotta scroll down. I've not been here for a few rounds. Okay, here we go. Okay. So Brooklyn Nine-Nine was the hyperfixation of mine ages ago. I'd always wanted to do an org based off of it, but the timing just never felt right with this org, so I was just like, all right, it's fine. We'll use it for this. And originally, this was going to be the merge idol hunt. And then
It
as
should
I
have
was like
been.
kind of coming up with them, like, this is too easy. This is too easy. This would serve way more as a challenge.
I can see where you were going with like that though. Like I feel like that could have like with more time possibly like become like a good idol hunt. I think,
Yeah.
but like with what the like we were given as a challenge, I can definitely see that being too easy for an idol hunt. But it was a fun challenge though.
Yeah. I was actually on vacation making this.
I was on vacation when I had to do the challenge.
Well, my vacation was more just going home for a couple weeks. So I did this in my bed in New York. I worked on this challenge. So yeah, this was a passion project of mine. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine a lot. So when I like wanted to make a challenge based off of it, I was like, it has to be Halloween heist. I will not sell for anything less.
Yeah, I don't think you could do a Brooklyn Nine-Nine round and not have a Halloween heist inspired challenge.
I think the way I handled it was really good. where it's like you had to find the combination to hold
Mhm.
safe. I think that was a really good way of doing it.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Anyways, so yeah, the challenge happens. There was one person I remember struggled a lot.
I know Miles struggled.
Oh, sorry, there were two people that struggled a lot.
Was Nick one of them?
No, well, there were, yeah.
Nick struggled during one
Sorry, there
challenge.
was
I know
four people who
that.
struggled a lot. I'm an idiot. There's 4 people who struggled a lot.
I just know Miles, like when he was describing like his thought process, he was like analyzing the image, trying to find the numbers in the image. Rather than-
Everyone, there were a few people that did that, and I never understood why. I guess I have to be like, this is a command maze in the challenge description. I didn't think that was needed. Yeah, there were
Was
4
this the
people
one I
who DNF'd this
disqualified
challenge.
myself from? I did that at one point with a challenge. I just didn't snowflake or something.
Yeah, there were 4 people who DNF'd this challenge. Jem, you were one of them.
I thought so. And I was mad. I actually thought I did really well on it, except I didn't mark my time.
But yeah, it was Miles, Nick, Andrew, and Jem all DNF. Caleb was the one who struggled the most of the ones that actually finished it with 25 minutes.
I didn't get second place here. I do know that.
No, you did not get second place.
Did you come in third?
No, I got 5th.
Yeah, you got
Oh, dang.
So it's basically a backwards too.
Who won this
this
one?
is probably one of the closest challenges in Randomvivor history.
Yeah.
The fact that it came out to milliseconds
That's crazy.
between Wonder and Peanut.
I was so hyped for that because if you know like how Peanut hosts and how Peanut, runs his own challenges, that man's good at these kind of things. So if you manage to beat him, that's crazy.
That
By
was just
milliseconds, by milliseconds is actually just fucking insane.
Mhm.
That's so wild.
So yeah, Wonder, you win immunity,
Yeah.
and then Natalie announces the whole Caesar Cipher thing.
Oh yeah, that was fun. Yeah.
That was a good scramble.
Because we weren't stressed out enough about one thing or the other.
So I was eating dinner. I still am technically, but I'll finish it in a little bit. I have beef with the Gravity Falls people for not getting that this was a Caesar Cipher.
Okay, but do you remember
Sorry.
that Archie literally did like all the work for me on that idol hunt? He was the one who got the idol, and I just was kind of along for the ride.
Also, to be fair with that idol hunt, I literally didn't make you unscramble the cipher. I gave you the fucking cipher.
Yeah, I didn't get to that point because by that point, Archie had told me he already had the idol.
God, that honestly playing Bill, giving him that idol was probably one of my favorite memories from this org. So
I was not about after I gave a really good effort in season 5 to try and get that idol with the ciphers because I love Gravity Falls and I love puzzles. I didn't have it to do it twice. And then I learned later that there was like nothing but punishments that you had to get through to try and get this idol anyway. So I was like, oh well, I dodged a bullet.
The don't blink one, oh my god, by the end of that, I thought the words looked fake.
No, I liked that don't blink one. I thought the other two were way worse.
That one was definitely more fun than the others, but I swear there was like one point because Ross was the one who ran that for me, like where he just kept sending rapid firing the message like for like 3 minutes or something, and I was like, oh my god. And then he forgot for like the last 30 minutes that he was running it. I just didn't have to do it.
I know I forgot with a couple of people. I can't remember if you were one of them, but I guess so.
Like for a while, I genuinely thought you were just trying to throw me off, and then at the end, you're like, "Oh, oops! I guess I forgot I was doing this."
Yeah, I think it came back like 2 minutes after the timer was been done, and I was like, "Yeah, so I forgot about this." That is the most ADHD brain moment ever. So yeah, Wonder wins immunity. I believe this is the Peanut vote, right?
This was Andrew.
This
Peanut
was Andrew.
Okay, this is Andrew.
This was a really insane game night and round because there was just so much tension.
Yeah.
Like the vote for Andrew itself, I think, was pretty simple.
Yeah.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but
That's
No, I
exactly
finished eating my dinner. Please do.
Yeah, like I remember, like I wasn't there for the very beginning of the game night, but I remember
That
like
was
I was
wild.
there like after like results had already been announced, and then for a while like it was nice and chill, like people were just kind of playing games, but
Yeah.
like then everybody besides me, Harrison, and Miles hopped off, and then the three of us had like a 2 or 3 hour long voice chat, like just about a lot of the stuff in the game. And then we all said we were going to go to bed, but then me and Miles stayed on voice call with each other for like another 2 hours. Like I was up like late that night. And even though that round specifically, it did lead to like the pretty straight up Andrew vote, like it was, I think, the round that like helped us realize like that like there was a chance for us to kind of better our position in the game, because like you were like mentioned earlier, Jem, like where that like feminism alliance came from, Harrison. It was because of that call, like in that he had like this idea with like kind of like an onion alliance like type of thing, or like no, it was like he called it like the rule of 3 like alliance like plan or something like that. And like because the three of us had our own alliance, and we were like we could each have 3 more alliances, each consisting of 2 of me, Miles, and Harrison. And the one for that included me and Harrison was the one that became the feminism alliance, basically. And the idea was that because we could just lean on the season 5 connection. And initially the plan was that I would reach out to you about that, but like at one point I was like, I don't think that'll go over well, just because earlier in the merge I had sent a message about potentially wanting to work together, and then like I just never got a response. So I was like, I don't know if Jem wants to work with me. So
oh no,
like I was like, knowing like how much you were dealing with like during the season, I was like looking back and I'm like, that's probably just what it boiled down to. And like, but like I was like, Harrison needed to be the one to like, I think make that
because Harrison didn't really make tracks on it. He just kind of ended up making the alliance, and was like, my literal memory is I discover an alliance has been made with me in it, and I look at it and Harrison's like, I just don't want to see this go the season 5 way again, and all the ladies go away. I'm here for feminism. And I was like, what is it?
And the funniest part is I had no idea that was how he was gonna like lean into making the alliance. I just saw it. I was laughing so hard.
There's a little context here. When he opened his app initially, because he as well as a lot of the other men from your season got a lot of shit for voting out all the women. He opened his app with "I am playing for feminism." He changed his PFP and everything. It was just fucking gold.
You know what? I'll take it. If one of those men learns,
trying to beat the sexist charges. I'm just fucking.
You know what? If one of those men turned a new leaf, I'm happy. I'm happy. Close enough. Close enough.
God, the feminine, like that is up there as like one of the top 3 best bits anyone's ever done in Randomvivor history. Like,
I will say I did tell myself, Sarah, that I was like, no, I'm making more of an effort with Sarah this time around. And you were always so sweet. Like every message you sent me was like thoughtful. You were like, how's your day going? You were like, how have you been? Like, what's going on in life? Like, it was always something that where I was like, wow, like I should feel thought of. Like, it's not just like a, hey, another round. Okay, whatever. Like, no, it was like thoughtful. I was just like, okay, I'm making more of an effort because Sarah's just being amazing.
Yeah, we were robbed of working together on season 5. Like the feminist, anti-women propaganda like that season felt like that was a big part, but it was just
Here's a question, because I've been trying to figure this out for over a year now. Was there actually any kind of anti-women propaganda, or was it just
No.
it happening to fall like this?
I think it's more so just a bit than anything.
Okay.
It was happenstance, really, more than anything.
It really was just pure coincidence. There was no one actually like going for the women.
No,
it just
there was.
happened to happen. Like,
It's just how
It just
it's just how it
happened that way.
kind of a joke.
I remember
The only person that was like rude to me like was the person who was ejected. Like,
well, yeah, we rejected
like,
him for a reason.
Yeah.
Oh.
So like other than that, like everybody else was awesome.
Sorry,
ironic
Jen,
that I'm here. No, it's just ironic that I'm here. No, talk away. I don't mind. I was well aware of my partner before we applied together.
I'm gonna be honest. He applies with anyone else and he gets cut. We literally only casted him for you. Because like I played with him twice technically. And I already knew he was a bit of a pain.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much of a pain he was until hosting him. But
he swore he was gonna behave too. I was a little pissed at him. I was like, come on now. You don't have to wait that long. Like, I know he's a good player, so I was like, well, there's a decent chance he would make merge. So I'm like, all you have to do is not.
I think he's just like a kind individual and doesn't just yell slurs at all of the women.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous every fucking time.
Like, I think even if we didn't kick him, he probably gets voted out that round anyway. But like, when we saw like what he said to, I think it was Sarah specifically, were you the one that he called the B word? I forget.
I don't know if he ever said it directly to me, but he absolutely said it about me, and I was told about it by like multiple people, because at that point, like, he was just being very.
And then on top of that, when we talked to him about it, he's like, "Oh, get off my case! The hosts hate me," and I'm just like, "All right, I'm not fucking doing this shit. I did this in season 3. I'm not doing this shit again." Ban.
Fair enough. No, I knew. I thought it was fair at the time. I wasn't surprised. I was just like, damn, he really couldn't. He really couldn't keep it together. But no, it did. I think it did end up being happenstance every round, because every round I remember just reading deliberations for ages. I made like 5 parchments multiple times in merge rounds in season 5 because people just couldn't get it together and pick a name and stick with it. It had to change, and then it had to change in the last hour, like 3 rounds in a row for the final name. At least 4 rounds in a row.
And like that was my second org ever, so like I remember going to other seasons like thinking like, is this how every org is? And then like I would get to like an org that wasn't like that. And I'm like, I didn't know this was possible.
Orgs are worse than others.
Not only were these men
another breed.
Not only were these men voting out women systemically one after the other, they also were the most indecisive men in the world and the most dramatic about it ever.
God. Like, all things considered, if it wasn't for like the women thing, I think that season gets a lot higher up in rankings.
Yeah.
Like, it was a good season, all things considered.
Oh, it was. It was fun.
It's just,
I mean,
the lack of women after Final 8 just kind of brings it down, unfortunately.
The entertainment factor was sure gone.
The pure sausage fest after Final 8 just kind of killed it.
But no, I do remember there was always a reason. It was like Anna's doing too much behind people's backs. It was, I forget actually, Sarah, why.
If
your name
Preston
came up.
doesn't go on
I
the
think
cruise,
part of it
Anna
at
goes
least
there anyway. So like Anna's was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katie, I think, had some sort of drama with somebody.
I remember Karina and Archie. Like Archie was just very.
Talk to me.
Like, Karina was like an easy one because I think she even like self-voted there or something. But mine, I don't remember the exact reasoning. I just remember that I think at that point it was very clear me and Archie were a duo, and like I don't remember if people were suspicious of him or what the deal was, but like I think
I remember
it didn't feel like it was an anti-woman thing at all. Like it felt like it was just
It just happened. You know, because it looks even worse when you realize Jem winning immunity and then and Cameron going.
As the last woman standing, I won immunity. And they had to pick a man for the first time.
Honestly, if it had just been if Cameron went and then Jem didn't go in the next round, I think that it would be way less like queer. Like it would look way better.
I will never forgive myself for not playing my idol during that live tribal. I will never forgive myself for that. I had an idol. First time I've ever had an idol in my life, and I didn't play it. I was so mad at myself.
All right, we're getting off topic.
Yes, we are very.
We sure are.
We're in the season 5 realm. We already had that podcast. All right, so Andrew goes. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Andrew, the guy cannot make it to the merge.
That round that Andrew went, I remember I was on the voice call with Bo, and he had just started saying like, Jem, like after this round, this game's gonna be so tough for me, and that stuck with me. I don't know why that of all things was just like completely cemented in my brain. But it was a heavy statement. Mm-hmm. Looking back on that, like that was a very heavy statement to make. And then Miles hops in the call, and we're just like, no, we weren't talking game at all. And then he was like, so let's talk game. We're like, yeah, let's do that. It just worked out. But we all, I think we agreed. I think we just got to talking about Andrew, and we got to just talking in general, and we all kind of clicked. And we ended up making an alliance, yet another alliance that me and Bo were in together, which is only funny later. But it was I don't know, like a repeating pattern at the time. But we were talking about Andrew. We talked a lot about how much Andrew liked to yell. So much yelling in all caps. All the all caps yelling. But yeah, we came to a pretty easy consensus that like Andrew, that it was just like gonna be a pretty simple vote for Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't remember perspective. Like it seemed like Andrew was very much like the only name that, at least like to my knowledge, that was thrown out. And like I know I at least said it to Bo and Peanut. I don't remember how much I talked about it to other people, but I was like please, like I know you guys keep telling me like it's not gonna be a Pagong, and like this is another Earthling going. Like, please, just next round, please just don't fuck me over. Like, I will like vote with you here, even if it's somebody I don't want to vote out, but please just don't like continue it next round. It was like that kind of thing, and like it was a very like, and there was like a small moment I considered wanting to use my idol, but I was like, that would be a very bad move for me. So it was like, I'm just gonna let it be an easy Andrew vote. But yeah, it felt like it. Like, I know, like, Jem had already said this, but it was like one of those rounds where the vote itself was straightforward, but there was so many little things happening, like, behind the scenes, like, I feel like very much shaped the rest of the game.
No, 100%. I remember, like, feeling the weight of people were not saying everything they were starting to think about. Mm-hmm. And I think that built up to how impactful that final 10 rounds with the auction and everything ended up being. There was just so much weight to final 11 that had nothing to do with voting out Andrew. Like, that was the easiest choice almost in the world.
Right.
But yeah, for me, it was especially what Bo said.
Yeah. Yeah, like if Miles had said something like that to me, I probably would have reacted like the same way. So I absolutely understand.
Yeah, it put me on edge. I was like, okay, am I gonna be part of that discussion, that inner monologue you're having?
Right. Because I remember when I think because Miles, I can't remember if he told me about it like once the next round had started and like all the punishments were out, so I couldn't talk to like you myself because of our like punishments. And like he had told me that that's what he had heard. And like in my mind, like I remember having the thought that was like, why would somebody say that to you and then not explain why if you weren't part of why it would be so difficult? Like if they were gonna like that's like so like I absolutely understand where you were coming from with that.
Yeah, no, that stuck out to me. That made later decisions easier too, because I felt like that was probably the moment where it hit me that Bo was gonna drift and not take me with him. So that's how it felt.
Okay, so Andrew goes, unfortunately. Again, rest in peace. The guy who cannot make it past the early merge. Now, we get to a challenge that I designed. Okay, so this originally was actually just going to be a regular old auction. That was what we were originally planning. But something never sat with me well. It doesn't fit the theme. Because our next theme is Full Metal Alchemist. More specifically, the law of equivalent exchange, which is in order to gain something, you must give up something in return that is of equal value, as is the law of equivalent exchange. So, we had originally an auction, and I'm like, I don't like this. I think we can do better. So I played with this idea for a while. I never pitched it until something happened. I think we had to move this challenge. I think this challenge was supposed to come later. We had to move it. And that's when I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to pitch it. If I get laughed at, I don't give a shit.
I'll be back.
We got sacrifices mixed with auction.
I loved like because like I've seen like obviously I've seen like straight up auction challenges and I've seen straight up sacrifice challenges. I feel like this was like a really interesting way to like combine the two, and like and that's something that I personally hadn't seen before in an org, and it was like really it made things really interesting to navigate that round.
Mm-hmm. I'm very proud of this. I tried to make the sacrifices not too crazy, except for one that Adelaide forced me to put in.
What was it?
Week every alliance you are in and the members in them.
Oh yeah, that I've every single time I've seen a sacrifice challenge come up, somebody takes that and it's completely messed everything up in the game. Luckily this time, like I don't think it really affected too much because it was Miles that did that one, and at least from my perspective, like most of the alliances that were there, like were ones that I feel like people, if they had a pretty good sense of the game, probably could have guessed. And then like the only one that maybe was the one that had been created with him, Jem, Bo. But like at that point, like if it had happened like somebody that was like on Everdeen, I think it would have been a lot different, like how it would have affected things. But that, yeah, I think I like that sacrifice as a spectator. As a player, it's stressful.
Mm-hmm. So one of the other things I really wanted to do with this, because we've never had an anime theme. Initially I pitched Second Chances to be an anime theme season with a specific anime in mind, but I got turned down. Because I do listen to my co-hosts. I don't just make every decision myself. Originally, I did pitch this as a Dr. Stone theme season because Second Chances, having to rebuild what you've lost, is like a theme of that anime, but I thought it was cool. So instead, what I ended up getting was every item in this sacrificial auction is based off of an anime. So we got the Quirk Racing Bullet from My Hero Academia. I made Immunity all 7 Dragon Balls. The Sand Mausoleum from Naruto. And then we had Nen from Hunter x Hunter. Spellbinding Circle from Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual Wielding from Sword Art Online. And then the Gate of Truth from Full Metal Alchemist. Now, any person who's seen Full Metal Alchemist should not have taken the Gate of Truth. Peanut, for some reason, despite having seen the anime, still took the Gate of Truth.
I would like to note I had all of these literally mapped out, I think for, was it Bo? I don't know, for somebody. And I shared my lists with one person at least. And I was like, hey, maybe don't take that one. I don't know how it never got forwarded or how it never got out, but I literally said
Bo was another
maybe.
person who, so that actually shocked me because Bo was another person who bid on the Gate of Truth.
Why?
I remember Bo and Peanut both bidding on the Gate of Truth and Peanut winning. I think it was by like 1 second, but still.
No, I literally, first of all, I went out of my way to try and map out who would be trying to bid where, and then secondly, I would try to figure out what the items could be doing.
I'm actually curious. Do you still have that list? Because I'd actually be really curious to see how accurate you are.
Hold on. I don't know. Probably.
But yeah, this was like fully designed like probably a night before we released it.
No, I don't. Shame.
All right.
But
well,
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I sat in a call with Adelaide for like an hour, figuring out like all the different items, and we tried to like branch out, made sure there wasn't more than one item from each anime. Like we talked about doing a Shadow Clone Jutsu extra vote, but we decided not to do that because too much Naruto. So the Quirk Racing Bullet was a playable challenge disadvantage. The 7 Dragon Balls, again, immunity. The Sand Mausoleum with a safety without consent, which honestly I'm really proud of that one. Because I wanted to do a sealing jutsu from Naruto for that, and that was a perfect fit for it. It would have either been that or the seal, but then it wouldn't be lore accurate because you have to die to use that. Nen, which is like it boosts your stats, so it boosts your like speed, agility, strength. So I thought that's a cool ass challenge advantage. Spellbinding Circle, it like traps your opponent. So like again, we brought back the grappling hook from season 5. So like thought that was cool. Dual wielding, that I believe was the extra vote. And then the Gate of Truth. Like I think I said it earlier in the podcast when we got off track, but like when I said Arceus, playing Bill to give Arceus that idol was one of my favorite moments. This was another one of my favorite moments. Getting to play Truth and screwing over Peanut was real fun. The people who won each advantage. Let's see here. Sarah won the Quirk Racing Bullet. Wonder won Sand Mausoleum. Nick wins Nen. Spellbinding Circle was what Caleb won. Dual Wielding Gem won. And then the Gate of Truth Peanut won. And Miles won the Dragon Balls. So yeah. This was a really cool challenge. I love this challenge. Anyways, so now we go forward. So the Gate of Truth was a speaking in tongues or speaking in gifs and emojis. That was like the idea of it. We wanted that punishment. It's been every season. Kind of had to bring it back. So that was the Gate of Truth, which Peanut took. And that ultimately just sealed his fate. Miles got all of his alliances doxed. I think someone made an alliance just before they were doxed.
Don't start with me. Don't start with me.
Because
that was horrible.
With no name that consisted of Jem, Miles, and Harrison.
Yeah. Yes. This was when I started trying to get Bo out of the game. And no one, I should just stop ever trying to lead anything. Like, ever. But yeah, no, that was me. I made that, and then it got doxxed. So then we had to call it doxed because there was no other name that would be more appropriate. And it was supposed to have, and it was supposed to have Sarah in it. But Sarah couldn't talk in our alliances because I saw that in our alliance with Harrison, and I was like, wait, is it Harrison or Sarah that can't talk? And I think somehow I either heard from Caleb or Sean or figured out that Harrison could talk. And so I was like, okay, so it's got to be Sarah that can't talk in alliances. And yeah, no. Anyway, not a fan.
Yes, so ultimately, Peanut falls yet again. Instead of getting 11th, he got 10th at least.
And he was tied for first with most drafted by our spectators. He was drafted 17 times.
Jeez.
This is what happens when you're a host in season 3. So yeah, Peanut has fallen. If you guys want to talk about that tribal.
Yeah, that tribal was really interesting because of the sacrifices, because so much of like what I was like hearing came through Miles, because I know I couldn't talk to Jem. I think there was somebody else I couldn't talk to. I don't know if it was Caleb or Sean.
Yeah, Caleb.
Yeah, so it was Caleb, and then Sean, like, we just at that point like didn't have any sort of like game relationship going, so I don't think like either of us really were at that point like willing to share that information with each other. So like a lot of it came secondhand through Miles, and he like was telling me about how you three wanted to kind of make a move against Bo, and at that time I was really not wanting to, just because like Bo was somebody who was, at least to my knowledge, somebody that was being like kind of honest with me like through like the early merge, and that like somebody who, even though I knew like they were a threat, like they were like being good to me, like somebody I felt like could help me get to a better point in the game. So like, and I was like kind of struggling with like the idea of like, do we go along with just going along with the Bobo? And I remember getting home from work that day and I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna say it to him, like, and tell him like everything that I had like been told. And then from there, that's like, at least from my perspective, when hell kind of broke loose and nobody really knew what was happening.
Yeah. Yeah, you did that.
And then Peanut started like coming up with like his like split vote plan, like that ended up not becoming a split vote plan. And like we hopped on a voice call where at that point, I don't remember if the voice call happened before or after like Peanut's name was starting to get out there, or if like what the exact timeline of events was, because it was all happening so quickly. But like I remember like being on that, like I was trying to not like give away like any sort of sign that I had the idol, and I was also trying to not give away any sort of sign that I was considering voting Peanut. And we had like a conversation where he like, it kind of came down to like his plan at that point was the rest of the Earthlings vote, or no, it was me, Miles, and Bo vote, I think Sean, and then the people on that came from OG Emma would vote Caleb, so that way at worst case if an idol came out it would just go to a revote. And then like sometimes shortly after that call like happened, like I was told that it was really just becoming a straight up Sean vote. And no, I know Pina explained like after like during Final Tribal like what like the reasoning was behind that. Like it was just because he was like had stuff like he was dealing with outside the game, and he was like, I didn't want to just overcomplicate it. But the fact that I found out through somebody else like instead of like Peanut himself like made me be like, Peanut's just being shady again. So it was like, okay, let's vote Peanut out. And I was on board for that plan, knowing that there were the numbers there from the rest of the Adelaides minus Bo. Bo, I thought would have been on board with it at the time, but I think
Yeah,
like,
but you guys
Bo was like the big wild
use
card.
this round to pull off an incredible move.
Yeah, that the fact that the idol being flushed, like I had no idea that it was gonna happen at that point, because I was convinced Bo was not the one that had the Adelaide idol, because if he was so openly saying like what the answers were to other people, I was like, that probably means that he didn't have it himself, because why would he so openly talk about that if he had the idol himself and raise that suspicion on him? But I think something Harrison said to him apparently was what made him play the idol. And then me and Miles were sitting on voice call during that, like, oh my god, did this actually just happen? Like, did we just get Peanut out and unintentionally get an idol played that didn't matter? It was like I was really happy with how that round played out. But
this round was messy.
It was so messy.
Bo was stressing in his confessionals, and I mean, stressed to hell.
So sorry, Bill. Okay. So Caleb comes to me before the punishments start. I believe he couldn't DM either. Someone correct me if I'm wrong on
I
that.
think that's right, because I couldn't talk to Caleb at all, and I couldn't talk in alliances, so that meant he probably couldn't talk in DMs.
So Caleb comes to me. So first of all, Peanut actually told me what punishment he was going to take, and he literally said the words to me, I don't think this is going to be very consequential. So that's amusing. That's ironic. But no, like, I think he really did think whatever punishment he took, it would be low key enough that it wouldn't really affect him much. I think he took DM silence too. Either DMs or Alliance.
I think it was Alliance, because I was still able to have the voice chats with him, so I think he did take the Alliance one.
Okay, because I know he didn't want to lose his vote or anything. But anyway, so I'm trying to pull together a Bo vote, because Caleb comes to me and is like, Gem girl, you need to know this. He gets cut off because the punishments.
Oh my god!
Not return. He does not return. I'm sitting there like, what? What do I need to know? Sean, I don't know if this was true or not. Sean decided that just because I couldn't talk didn't mean he couldn't talk to me. So he starts to spill about Bo. I guess he got to talk to Caleb before the punishment started. So I'm sitting there in suspense. I'm like, what is this mystery? And Sean's like, you need to know Bo is not on our side. He's sticking with this forever Dean alliance. Sean's like, you and I have been cut out of this alliance, and I know about this because of Caleb. I'm like, oh my god, Caleb's a real one. I love that. And so we made Botox, which was like a detox alliance.
Botox was iconic.
That's a great name.
I love that alliance so much. So we make Botox, and we're talking about how basically he's got to go. Well, I was trying to put in the work to make that happen. Then the alliance I make with Harrison and Miles gets doxxed. I can't talk to Sarah. So I'm like, Caleb, tell Sarah this. Caleb, tell Miles this. Caleb, help me out here, right? Or whoever could DM. Sean, oh my god, Sean, not the person everyone trusts the most. But I was like, you know what? We'll work with what we have. Well, so then I hear Sarah, or I actually didn't hear about it. I figured it out because I knew who had been talked to, because Sean was reporting everything back to me and Caleb. That what went on in DMs. So Sean's like, yeah, no, they're on board. Well, the next thing, Bo comes to the Adelaide's Sean, whatever we called that 4-person alliance. It was not the Out of Slays. And he's like, why is my name out? The way I was so stressed with this child. It was so messy. So we start gaslighting him. Straight up.
So hard.
That he is not the vote. We don't know where he got that from.
The funny thing is Jem, you kind of led the charge on all of that, and it was Caleb was taking the flack in Bo's confessionals for it all.
Oh no!
Like, Bo never thought twice that it was you. It must be Caleb. This is Caleb's doing.
Which is so funny because in our DMs, and I said this, I forget if I said this in my confessional or in Bo Touch. I said all Bo has to do is tell me Forever Dean exists. That is my one stipulation. I'm like, the minute he tells me this exists, I will back up. We will be allies again. Like, none of this ever happened. Like, I don't care if we turn on the whole rest of the group. Just me and Bo. Like, I'm like, all this man has to do is tell me that Forever Dean exists. I'm like, I just want honesty. And he did everything but tell me it existed. He was like, Jem, like, I don't know what's going on. You're the only one I can trust. And I'm like, am I? Because you don't tell me things. And he's like, Jem, like, I need to know, like, have you heard my name? And I'm like, no. Because I can't tell him. I can't tell him. Oh man.
We're still on the peanut boat, right? Just
Yeah.
making sure? Okay.
Yeah.
I got distracted by other things.
So I'm like, okay, abort mission. Abort mission. We can't do this. Bo's like too aware. And so I don't know, maybe I thought maybe Val or somebody had the idol. I never would have guessed that, like, the peanut boat. Oh, okay, so then this happens. This is the very next thing that happens is I was like, okay, what are we going to do instead? Like, what are we going to do? If it's not me, and you guys, like, I trust you, like, it's not me, we're like, yes, trust us. He's like, it's not me. And we're like, let's, I don't know, I forget where Peanut came from. But I think it was maybe Sean in retaliation to Sean being the vote. Like, well, we can't have that happen. And so we picked Peanut, and we're like, okay, as long as the four of us vote together, like, let's just stick together. Bo can't even do that. This man puts the Sean vote out, and
Yeah.
oh my god.
The thing is he could easily played his idol on Peanut.
The fact that Peanut got voted out in 2 tribals with insane weak buildup is just chef's kiss.
So we're like, yes, we are gonna. And Bo even promised in our Adelaide quartet chat. He promised, like we were all in. Like, yes, we are. Like, I'm in it with you guys. I'm sure he probably thought one of us was lying. Probably Caleb, apparently. But he swore. He swore we were gonna stay strong together. And then he goes and flushes his own idol.
I was so surprised.
So
Honestly,
the best part was Harrison coming in like an hour before tribal. So are we still doing this Bo vote? And I'm like, no. Where have you been?
Yes.
And there is like a subplot where Harrison at one point apparently tried to get the vote like split on Wonder, and I don't really know what the details of that, like what he was even thinking or like how the numbers would have worked, because I think it entirely hinged on an idol play. That was a very short-lived part of the plan because it would not have worked and it wouldn't have made sense to do it.
I don't think anyone does it. I just don't think anyone would do it.
Right. Like, I think at one point, I don't know if I agreed to it or I said I'd be down if the numbers were there, but like it's just I think
I feel like that's
at that point there were no numbers.
Push Wonder at that point.
Right.
But I was very against voting Bo by the end of the round because I was like, well, no, he's heard his name. Like, he's not. Any chance of blindsiding him is gone. And I was really surprised when Caleb made the alliance with Miles and Sarah and me and Sean, like, the very next round when that appeared. So I was like, aren't these two the two that told Bo that his name was out? And he was like, well, how am I supposed to trust them? But I was like, you know what? If Caleb trusts them, I will. Caleb knows something I don't.
Yeah, I was shocked when that alliance came through too.
I didn't know where that came from, but I was like, okay, I'll put my faith in it. I didn't have a choice. But that's later. But yeah, that Bo playing the idol was just the peak of the messiest plot that I've been part of in the entire game so far. Um, Shout out to Harrison for trying to figure it out in the final hour, but no, it wasn't. It wasn't happening.
You
The
have
plan
to
was
be your
aborted.
teacher.
We aborted the plan. It wasn't gonna work.
God.
But yeah, what
So
a
yeah,
play by
what ends up happening is Bo idols unsuccessfully, and Peanut gets voted out. So now you flushed an idol and got rid of one of the biggest threats in the entire game. It's pretty damn good.
11 out
Honestly.
of 10 round, honestly.
Because going into like this round, all the hosts were like, so the two biggest threats right now are Peanut and Bo. So one of them is gonna go here. And then when you also got rid of Bo's idol on top of Peanut, we were just kind of like, oh my god.
I had no idea he was going to play an idol. Another thing he didn't tell me. But yeah, no, I had no idea he was going to play an idol. I did guilt trip him after that tribal. I spent like a good little chunk of time like being like, you said you were going to be Adelaide Strong. You said this, like, and I was like, if you'd stuck with us, you would still have your idol. If you'd stuck with us, and he was like, I know, like, it's the funniest thing ever, guilt tripping him. Because I'm just continuously gaslighting this man. All he ever had to do was tell me Forever Dean existed. Like, I said that to Sean and Caleb like 10 plus times. I'm like, as soon as he tells me Forever Dean exists, I'm gonna drop like all the gas I'm putting on this fire. Like, I will drop it. We will let it go. Everything will be, we'll figure it out. I'll come clean even. He never told me. And I was like, how are we number ones? Because he was telling me, like, for a long time in this game that, like, I was, like, right up there in, like, top 2, 1, 3, somewhere in there. Like, and I'm like, okay, but how am I that good of an ally and you won't even tell me about an alliance that no one included me in?
Yeah.
And it's a big one. Like, it's not a little, like, I don't care if he's in, like, a 4-man alliance and doesn't tell me. Like, this is, like, 5 or 6 people.
Jeez.
There's a lot of people. Anyway.
You know what's so funny? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm sorry, I was done.
You know what's so funny? Your guilt tripping was so effective that even like the round after that, he would still say like, even like on his like final breaths, on his final messages to me, he would say like, listen, I think Caleb and Jem are gonna pick you guys up and you can work with them after this round when I'm gone. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Do you not realize what they were doing? Like that's how effective you were in your whole guilt trip. So like kudos to that. Insane, but like damn, you couldn't do me like like a tiny solid.
It actually did hurt to I'm gonna be so real for a minute. It really did hurt to have to like blatantly lie to stuff. Like one of the only allies I've ever had who was like, I know you're so busy, like it does not have to be a big deal if I don't hear from you like every hour of the day. Like we don't have to play like that. Like we can have a really chill like alliance, the two of us. And I was like really like happy to like I felt like we were really tight. And so like as much as it hurt, it did also hurt to like be hurting him back. I didn't really want to be doing that, but I was just so floored. I was so floored that this big alliance was just made. Me and Sean were cut out of all people. I mean, yeah. Anyway, for all the alliances Bo and I were in together, it felt like it didn't mean a thing to him to not tell me about. Like an alliance that was essentially going to try and potentially be a controlling alliance in the merge, and he wouldn't tell me about it. Like, hey, just a heads up, this exists. Like, watch your back, like nothing. Literally nothing, like not even a word. And so I was like, I didn't really want to gaslight this man. That's not really how I like to play, but.
Okay, I'm going to push this forward because we're almost at 3 hours and we're still in the early range.
Love that.
We're about to hit single digits at least, so we're getting somewhere. All right, so Peanut is gone. Now we've entered the Oscars, aka touchy subjects.
When my son's curse ended for a second.
Honestly, I don't remember who pitched this being the Oscars, but damn it, it's a good pitch.
It makes sense.
I think it might have been Bailey. This feels.
I was about to say, I think it was Bailey.
That feels like a Bailey pitch. Yeah.
Wasn't How to Train Your Dragon first?
I thought that was after. Because Touchy Subject
was after this, right? Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah,
right.
How to Train Your Dragon was.
Okay.
Wait.
It might be
on the paper.
notes.
It's mixed up on the paper.
Yeah. So, like I said, we had to move some stuff around over the course of the season, and that's probably why.
Okay.
Because we took this from the notes that we made for the season.
Oh, okay.
When planning, so that's probably why. Yeah. So yeah, it's the Oscars. Then it's either the Oscars, How to Train Your Dragon, then Big Brother.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, I'm right. Okay, so yeah, the Oscars happens. I'm not gonna go through the whole list. That will take way too much time. Except for one thing I want to do is say, curious. Do we have a question like that or no? Like, who is winning the game? Yep, who is winning? It's Caleb. That is not true. Because sometimes we have these moments where it's who is going to win, and it actually is the person who wins. So I like to look at that. In this case, it did not happen that way. Sarah, you win immunity.
I finally won an immunity.
You didn't get second this time.
The fact that I always say I'm bad at touchy subjects, and then both times I've done it, I've won. And I don't know how.
So I'm 3-1 on touchy subjects, I think. Being 3 wins, 1 loss.
Nice.
And that 1 loss is because I never went to tribal before it. So okay, let me play something. In one of the orgs I played, they did touchy subjects pre-merge based off your pre-merge tribe. I won it in the first season I played there, and in the second season I played there, I didn't go to tribal at all up to that point. So I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And it was also the first round of swap, so again, I knew nothing of what was going on.
Love that.
Oh
no. So I lost that touchy subjects. I personally don't count it in that record, but whatever. But every other touchy subjects, I have won.
Nice.
Anyway, so yeah, Sarah wins immunity, and this is the vote where Bo goes.
Yeah.
Well, with the idol gone, it wasn't going to be that hard.
Right.
Yeah, once he played the idol, he was pretty much screwed. That was it.
Yeah, I think the writing was on the wall, and I think Bo was aware of that as well as everyone else. So
I do gotta appreciate this boot order, because Peanut, then Bo, then Harrison, then Caleb, 4 people we really did think had a good chance of winning the game if they stayed.
Yeah, definitely.
That's
they
why
all
I'm
had
happy with
pretty
how it
good.
went.
Yeah, they all had really good win equity between all of them there. Especially Bo in the pre-merge was doing really well.
I mean, pre-swap Harrison shocked me. I'd never seen him play as good as he did in pre-swap. And I've seen him get 3rd multiple times. But pre-swap Harrison, I was like, wait, is Harrison gonna win? Am I gonna watch a Harrison win?
In the name of feminism.
In the name of feminism, right? In the name of feminism, a man will win the season.
It's like in Parks and Rec when the Woman of the Year award went to Ron. But,
In the name of feminism, Harrison gets the end and just throws it to one of the women there.
Gonna fight all the way to first place.
Honestly, if Harrison made it there and then threw FTC to a woman, I think
that would have been iconic.
That would have been the best cap to his arc.
Yeah. That
Anyways.
tribal though, like I don't know like how heavily anybody was actually considering voting Harrison there in that Dolls Alliance group. But I know at some point like those two were brought up like as starts, partially because Bo for obvious reasons, and then Harrison I think just because people were starting to be really suspicious of him. And at that point I still really wanted Harrison there. So like I know when it was like those two were brought up, I brought up the fact that like I thought Bo would be more easily able to get himself back into a good spot just because of how strong of a social player I perceived him to be. So like, and I really wanted the vote to go on Bo. And then I think once we all like that conversation like with all of us happened in the Dolls chat, it made it pretty easy to kind of just pin like to agree on that name because we knew he didn't have an idol anymore, and then we had the numbers in that chat.
Yeah, I mean, it was just for me like the natural next step to what I've been already trying to do. And if people were on board with it, then that just made it even easier. I don't think Bo and I had a lot of interaction actually during this tribal. I think I usually try not to interact too much with the person I'm going to be voting out because I don't like to end up making promises or say anything that hurts people's feelings. Like it gets tricky, so I try to avoid it generally. But yeah, no, it was just kind of over, especially because Bo didn't vote with me, Sean, and Caleb. I don't think anyone really had to tell him that, like, I mean, yeah, like, we appreciated him saying, like, hey, I wish I'd done it, but, like, that was his chance to do it, was vote Tina with us. And it might have actually, that might have been the one thing, even with the Idol Flush, to make things different, is if he had voted with me, Sean, and Caleb in the prior round. But obviously, Sean wasn't gonna like be on the side of someone who just tried to get him out. So
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Bo goes here, and yeah. Now we move on to the final eight. We're final 8, and it is How to Train Your Dragon time.
Second place again.
In this challenge, people make one major mistake. It's that they misunderstand the question. When we asked for mystery class dragons, we didn't mean the picture in between the 2 pages with mystery class dragons.
Yeah, that question, that one messed
with me. It wasn't mystery. Sorry, it was Stoker. That's what it was.
Yeah, whatever. That question, like I remember, but it was like we all messed it up at least. So, at least if we all mess it up, then
there were a lot. I don't know if everyone did, but a lot of people did.
Yeah, that question was fun. The challenge, though, I did like that challenge.
No, sorry, no one got number 3 right. I'm right. So yeah, no one got that question right. It was between Caleb, Sean, Wonder, and Sarah. Again, Sarah gets second. Caleb winning immunity. Definitely not the round that he needed it, but still.
Oh man, no, not the round he needed it.
I personally think if Caleb hadn't won it, there was a pretty strong chance that I could have used the idol in some way to get him out there if we couldn't have gotten the numbers on him for like with like pulling in Nick and Wonder, because at that point I think I know like at the very end of that round, that's when that like Chess Lounge Alliance, or like at the very beginning of the next round, is when that Lounge Alliance came through. But like at that point, I didn't know for sure like where they truly stood, and then obviously with Caleb winning that immunity, like you couldn't obviously do anything to get him out there. But I think that was the round I ideally wanted to go after him, but then he did win immunity there.
Well, instead of Caleb, we lost the feminist.
Yeah.
The man fighting for feminism.
Feminist icon Harrison.
The straight man fighting for the feminist. Yeah.
Caleb had been really impressive. I said this earlier, but I didn't get to say it a lot. He was really impressive in pre-merge challenges. Like those, like he just owned it for the Adelaide tribe. So
I'll get to Caleb in a little bit, but there is one thing I do want to say at some point.
But no, I think he really showed. I think winning a challenge in merge, especially that late in merge, because he hadn't been winning early merge immunities, had the opposite effect and hindered him more even than it helped him, because I think already people kind of thought he was a threat from touchy subjects. Like, so many people thought he might win if he made it to FTC, and then he wins an immunity, and it's like, okay, now we've like, I can see where it was like, okay, now we've got to get him out, because otherwise he could just like run away with the rest of the game if he starts winning a bunch of immunities.
Right.
Like I would have made, if he wasn't such a close ally of mine, I would have made that logic jump, honestly.
Yeah, I think that tribal though ended up being pretty straightforward on Harrison, just because he had caught votes the previous round. The dolls at that point, I think, were still wanting to stick together. And then I know for me and Miles, we were kind of doing it as a way to try and show like Nick and Wonder like that they could trust us, so that we could make that move against Caleb. But yeah, I think it ended up being a pretty straightforward round.
Something about Nick, I don't know. I think Nick and I didn't really have a very strong game relationship. We had a better one on Everdeen when I was first talking to him than we ever did in the merge. It was mostly just like, hey, how's your day? Like all throughout merge with him. So what was funny was I never really thought about voting for Nick. I think part of what deterred me from ever bringing his name up was Haley bringing him up and then literally getting shot into the ground. So
yeah, I wouldn't want to bring his name up after that.
Right? Like, it was kind of a deterrent. I think it might have been a chance to get him out there, if not Harrison. But that probably would have been the only other name I would have considered. I think at that time, everybody else I just felt too strongly about to, like, want to vote for them at that time.
Yeah.
Harrison, I think, also got chaotic in the round Bo went.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly. So I think
that combined with the fact that like he was trying to like do that like Wonder like split vote plan during the peanut round, I think was causing like people to start like looking at him weird. And then I don't remember what he did during the Bo vote, but he was starting to like be sus toward, like at least have enough people that were like feeling sus towards him that it just kind of felt like might as well give ourselves an easy vote here.
100%. I don't remember either what he did that was chaotic. I just remember during the vote round a couple times it was like, what is Harrison doing?
Right.
I think he was saying something or trying to push a name. Or it was, I forget what
I think he knew that he was like a very likely candidate to to be the vote there. So he was probably just trying some stuff to see if anything would stick. But I think it's far enough removed from the season where like I don't remember the specifics.
Yeah.
Yeah, so okay. So Harrison goes, rip the feminist icon. Now we get to something I didn't want to introduce in season 5, actually. The Big Brother round.
This was interesting.
I hated this round.
Sorry.
Actually, I loved the day off.
I wish Adelaide was here because this was their entire they planned this whole thing, but it's fine. I'll do my best with what I know. So the way we handled advantages, specifically idols, was there was an argument about this in the hosting chat actually. I originally said we should just use it as pocket veto, which ended up getting vetoed, ironically enough. And then we talked about it. We're like, all right, so we'll just make it play the same way, but they can only play it before nominations, but after HOH. So that happened. No one played their idol. Instead, Wonder played the Sand Mausoleum on Gem.
And you know why I did? Because production thought to themselves, wouldn't it be a good idea to do this twist and then not consider the one person that is in a non-traditional time zone with the possibility to whisk somebody away from a tribal? And I think the issue was that it was inherently so broken that I was like, listen, I cannot not play this right now. There is no option that I cannot not play this. So I go to Nick. I ask Nick, hey, what do you think? You know, like I'm leaning this and that kind of way. What do you think? Then I take what I discussed with Nick and I bring it up to the Chess Lounge Alliance. And I repeat essentially the same steps, but I say that it was my thinking. And I get their input, and then it just ends up. Originally, it was either gonna be Sean or you, Jem, and then it ended up being Jem. So,
well, Jem was not allowed to participate in anything.
Yeah,
I long round to not be able to participate.
I couldn't even hand out my extra vote, which ironically might have turned things around.
That was why we wanted to. That's why I wanted to try and get the safety without consent used on you. I know because I was pushing that. It was like I assume that it won't be able to be transferred, like based on like how they've been talking about like the other advantages.
You assumed right. Very annoying.
Yeah, that round.
I mean, well played.
I don't know why I said it that way. I should have just gone to bed after Sean lost, though.
So Caleb said to me early on in the round that he got knocked out because he had bad internet. And I think if he hadn't been knocked out and he won that would have been a very different round.
Yeah. That's like I remember in the Chess Lounge chat, like when Caleb went out right away, we were like, "Is this real life right now?" Because he was somebody I was expecting to like go hard, especially after how hard he went in the Kenny challenge.
We fully were like planning out what are we gonna do if we need like a night watch and stuff. Like who's gonna be able to stay up maybe, and no, we were on that.
Yeah, and then. Yeah, so like when that happened, like that absolutely was just a stroke of luck that we got. And then when it came to Sean, like I think me and Nick, like we were like talking DMs a bit and we were like, this guy's gonna crack soon. So like I think we just gotta keep going. And then Sean was trying to like make deals with us. Like and I having the dolls chat was like did not want to be the first person to say it because it would look really suspicious if I was the first person to straight up be like, no, I'm not taking a deal with you because I was supposed to be working with him. So like Nick ended up saying something first and I was like, if Nick isn't on board, then I'm not on board because I don't want to agree to something that all three of us aren't on board with. And then he had like I think he had like a job interview or something the next day, but he had something he had to be up for, so he was like, fuck it, I'm out. And then so it was really just me and Nick had to stay awake until Sean finally cracked. But yeah, Caleb, if he hadn't gone out right at the beginning like that round could have been.
This would have been I would have loved. I wish we got to see that, but unfortunately, Caleb's internet was out.
Yeah, I think that my idol would have had a very decent chance of coming out that round if Caleb had stayed and like pulled it off, because there was a small chance that if Sean had also won, me and Miles were both talking about we both use our idol so that way we can still control the round, like the numbers and everything. But then it ended up working out where we didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I think it was really unlucky right in a row that I think
Yeah.
Caleb, I forget if Sean was in the running for that idol, but Caleb basically hinted, especially like me and Miles were in the running for that idol, and
And I was like right around like that same time. I think I just like had like.
Was it you that was the third person?
I probably was, because I knew Sean was in on it just because apparently he did the exterminate thing with Nick.
Yeah.
And we knew that, and then so I don't really know, I just knew that Caleb and Miles were very like close together, because I think Miles told me that they figured out the phrase like together, or that Caleb told Miles the phrase, one of the two.
Okay.
And so like pretty soon after that, Miles went and told me the phrase, and I think at that point Miles had already started the exterminate one because he did that one first. So it really was just a matter of like who got lucky enough to do like get the timing and everything, because it could have been like any like one of the four of us, I think, that could have gotten that idol.
Yeah,
So
there was it was pretty close.
Yeah, I remember being very
Who's
close
the
to that.
fourth person in your scenario?
For Botox, the bad luck came like in a whole wave, starting with Caleb. I think it started with Caleb saying like he definitely did not get the idol, and then yeah, he didn't stay long in the HOH competition, and then lost the veto, and yeah, and then it was a whole, and then Sean didn't win HOH. It was just bad luck, like right one thing after the other, and then I was safety without consent, pulled from the whole round. It was just bad luck all around.
That's just an absolutely
Well.
brutal format to be like pulled from the entire time.
But also
It was
what you need to keep in mind is that I guess I was essentially probably behind all of you, but I was still actively in the hunt.
Mhm.
So I knew by the time it ended that it had ended, because I got there eventually and I was informed that the idol was gone. So I knew it was somebody. Then I just had to check who was inactive, stuff like that. I went back on that, and that only left two like possible options out of the whole group. So my assumption is at that point either probably Caleb has it. I knew that Sean couldn't have it because he was behind on the time. So it's either Caleb or Miles, and I'm like, okay, I'm taking my shot here. So what I did was I went out of my way actually entirely, and I confronted Miles about it, because I can pitch to him, hey, listen, I'm worried that Caleb has this idol, and he comes back to me and he tells me that he actually has the idol instead. So that kind of sealed the deal, because then what? If I tell Nick to put up Miles, he's just gonna play it. So whatever. So at that point, I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm taking away Gem to at least take away some voting power there. And of course the extra vote, and then
So you
that's how
actually
that
took
went.
me out on a 12-hour shift, which is the one day of the week that I would not be able to sit there on my phone for multiple hours and even have a shot at winning a timed challenge, because I would never be able to predict when the old people would need me. So literally, like, and giving up all the meds and everything, like it was just not going to be possible. So that was also just the best case scenario for me to be out for my personal life, actually, of all things. But no, it was disappointing, especially as I started to see the pieces falling into place of what was happening. But yeah, no, it was a really good play to take me out of that round.
Okay. So Nick wins the head of household competition, and now we do the veto comp. You guys absolutely murdered Caleb in the veto comp.
In my defense, he did ask me to put exactly 6 coins towards his name, and I did.
He did nominate Sean and Caleb, so they obviously participated.
Everyone participated
because the only
Everybody had to.
just
Originally we were going to draw for spots, but once Jem got saved, people that consented, it was pretty much just obvious that everyone had to play.
So I could still talk in alliances. And so this was the round that I realized Miles and Sarah were not at all in our corner. And it was in the coin challenge, which, anyway, it was in the coin challenge that I genuinely realized, oh, they're definitely not in it with the dolls. And I don't know when they stopped. If they ever were completely in it with the dolls, I don't know when they stopped, but they're definitely not, they've definitely turned, if they were ever with us again.
Yeah, my perspective is, I personally, after the Haley vote, I personally was just not really interested in working with Caleb, genuinely, if the position, kind of with the dolls came up, where it worked well for me for a round or two, I was down for that. But after that round, Caleb came, after the Haley vote, he when I was trying to figure out what the hell had happened, Caleb was acting like he had no idea what would just happen, he was completely left in the dark on that vote. So to me, that was incredibly difficult to believe, considering that meant that he was the only person from Everdeen that would have been left out entirely, and that to me just didn't make any sense. So from there, I was clearly the guy doesn't trust me, so I'm just not gonna put trust in him. So and I remember, I think I said something about this in Final Tribal Council. You and Sean, I was definitely a lot more open to voting or to working with, and it would have been more genuine if it was just the 4 of us, say. But I think it was hard to get Caleb out and maintaining any of that trust with you and Sean, because you guys, at least from my perspective, were such a tight trio at that point.
We definitely were, and that was a mistake, actually. Well, I won't say Botox was a mistake. What I will say was a mistake was abandoning Wonder, especially me and Caleb, just completely abandoning the alliance that we have with her. Wonder deserves better than that. We failed her hard.
So,
yeah.
Can I ask one thing?
Yeah.
Did you there was a period of, was it 2.5 days, 3 days maybe, where we didn't exchange a single DM? Did you at that time know about the idol hunt?
No, I don't think so.
I had the same thought, Wonder, because I was oh, Jem totally did the exterminate thing on me, because there was 2 days later.
I was fully doing that to you. I'm sorry, girl.
I actually didn't do a single part of so I entered the command. I actually got the command almost the day before Miles got the idol, I think. Somebody, I forget, it might have been Caleb. I was yeah, I don't even know what the command is. I've never even entered it. And they're how did you not, no one's told you it? And I'm no. And so I think it was Caleb who just tells me it. And I'm oh, okay. So I enter and I realize all these punishments that everybody's been dealing with are the options. And I'm no, fuck that. Why would I want to do that to myself?
Very complete disinterest in idol hunts, Jim. Just truly, you made me feel seen. It's I will always try with an idol hunt, as you did, and then I just give up, just like you. So watching you do the command and then you go no, I'm good. I thought was hilarious.
I really did look at it and I was is that what everyone's been suffering through? I was okay, my shot was either to do that when everybody else was going through it, or I've missed the boat, and I'm like, I'm not gonna bother now to like not be able to DM for a day or have to be like completely quiet or like I don't know what that rapid fire thing you mentioned earlier, Sarah was like. I'm like, I'm not dealing with any of that. That sounds awful.
Yeah, because there was
But
like one
no.
where you couldn't talk in alliance chats or something like that, or the tribe chat, and
Yeah.
like I had to be very careful about when I did that, like because like I think I made the timing line up with like when it was like an off day for like voting, so it was like I could just kind of pin it on like I had work and I just wanted to take some time off before we had to go to tribal again, kind of thing. So like that one was. I think that one was also when I figured out that Sean had like at least some knowledge of the hunt because he like was like around like the same timeline, like not active in the dolls chat or the tribe chat like at all.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't participate in the idol hunt actually at all. No, I actually the Forever Dean thing. I really laid the blame on Bo, Wonder, and Peanut. And once Bo and Peanut were gone, it was really just Wonder that I was like, well, Wonder never told me about it either. And I thought we were not as tight. I knew we weren't the tightest, but like, I was like, well, it seemed like at some point then Wonder planned to vote me out. So like, I don't really trust Wonder, but I never meant to like completely ghost you. I felt really bad about that. I was like, oh crap, like I truly ruined like probably any real chances of her working with me. And I felt badly about that. So all the apologies I gave you were genuine. Like truly genuine because I felt so bad. But it stemmed from the Forever Dean and the lack of trust that at some point me and Sean were the expendable ones.
Okay. So that is the end of the Big Brother round. Caleb has fallen, and we move forward to another CBS show. Okay, a little bit of context here. Adelaide pitches me this before we even start playing the season. What if I recreated a new era Survivor challenge? And I go, how the heck are you planning to do that? And they're like, I don't know, but I will figure it out. So that's how this happened. I forget who did it. Someone goes in their confessional when we announced this theme and goes, but we're already playing that. Yeah,
You really went from hosting a format we were not signed up for to hosting the exact format we were signed up for. Why? For what?
Literally, like, I read that we were going to be doing Survivor, and I was like,
There was another reality show one that got cut, actually.
I think I was going to say something like, are we already playing Survivor? But I think I didn't, because I was like, that has got to be the most obvious point to make. Like, who's going to tell them we're already playing
Someone actually
Survivor?
thought we were joking when we put that up, because we put that up before the challenge. Like a day before the challenge.
Yeah, I think for a while I thought like I don't know if I talked about it in my confessional at all, but I was like, this has to be a joke, right?
It had to be.
It was not a joke.
Apparently not.
So yeah, it was we did a new era Survivor challenge. So it started off where you had like just all of a maze, and then you had to figure out a 6-digit combination and then a jigsaw puzzle. This gave a lot of you some trouble. Yet again, we have 3 DNFs.
I was going to say, was this the other one where I didn't self?
And then Jem, an abysmal time of an hour and 34 minutes.
We don't talk about it. Okay, no, literally. Oh my god, this was that one where I just sat there like, what have you all done to me? And I'm sitting there guessing every combination. I think I actually ended up putting the numbers in
Yeah,
a
me
number
too.
generator. And I generated every possible
Okay,
combination.
Jem, were you the one that had it right at the start and then
Yes.
Yeah,
the wrong
Yes,
order?
she did.
yes, I did. I was so mad. I literally resorted to a number generated list of every possible combination of those numbers, trying them one by one and deleting them as I went from like the other list, like the online list I could delete. And I was like, this is hell. This is
We
hell.
had a whole discussion in the production chat about you, Jim, and when was the appropriate time that we could help you.
Oh, you should let me
We
suffer
already
for a while. Don't worry.
lost, and we already had 3 DNFs, so like,
The jigsaw puzzle was like no problem though. That was the easy part. I was
I think I
dying.
even after the fact pointed out, like, you already had it, technically.
It was agony. It was actual like hell and agony doing that challenge. The way I thought I needed to do it. I was like, who designed this? It turns out
Anyways,
I'm just stupid.
yeah, so we had 3 DNFs. Sarah, yet again, continues the curse of second. And Sean wins immunity. Sean winning a puzzle challenge. Who would have thought?
I loved that for him. I mean, I didn't love it for me, but I loved it for him.
Oh. This shakes
Yeah,
up to be
Sean
a
wins
pretty good
immunity.
vote.
By a pretty hefty margin too. So it's confirmed Sean would be the most challenge beast like on this cast in the actual season of Survivor.
To be fair, though, Caleb said Sean had a game left to play, and Sean came back to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, tracks.
Yeah.
No, Caleb's did a great job of like posing Sean as like just keep Sean. He's obviously not as threatening as me. Like I know what you all need to do. You're trying to socially get like Caleb like was like putting on an Oscars performance for Sean, and then Sean turns around and wins the immunity.
I do wish to shout out Caleb for one thing. In his original season, he was very much a goat. And it's honestly part of the reason why he didn't get asked back immediately for this, because he was another app. I didn't realize it was his first org, because I was led to believe that he had already played orgs before this. But had just like taken a long hiatus. Turns out it was just his first org and he didn't know what he was doing, which, I mean, that's just the first org lifestyle, so.
Or,
Unless you're me and Sarah.
Yeah, unless you're me and Kale. Both on our first ever org.
Unless you're absolutely certifiably insane. You're so right.
Also, Kale, I just noticed you adding the picture.
Oh yeah. I had to. It's a random emote, so make sure y'all are using it.
Sarah Palin ass head. It's so funny. Anyways, moving along. Yeah, so I'm shouting out Caleb for the incredible turnaround with this season. Like night and day differences of the game.
I was thoroughly impressed with Caleb. That is for certain.
I've actually commented that to his face recently, so I don't think we need to keep talking about this anymore. Moving on to Tribal. This is Gem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't stand a chance, apparently.
This is Gem's defeat.
This is iconic. I mean,
Oh my god, how many idols did it take to get you out, Jim?
2.
2 plus Wonder's false idol play because it was expiring anyway.
Well, to be fair, though,
It
I'm
expires that
assuming
next round, I think.
if we do assume, okay, that I play it on you, who exactly does that leave vulnerable?
I don't think there were any votes for anybody else, were there?
Well,
The thing
yeah,
is,
but
though, on a
in the
revote, though,
revo, it only
the
leaves
only
me
person-
and Nick, and I'm
Oh.
not screwing myself over to save you. I'm sorry.
I mean, I wouldn't expect you to. I really wouldn't expect you to. That was actually like the one element of the whole thing where I was like, okay, it's me. And then I was like, oh, why would Wonder play that on me? Like I didn't know. I was like, oh, I didn't know Wonder had an idol. And then I was like, yeah, no, Wonder would never play that on me, and I wouldn't expect her to. Because I mean, I guess that could be a Nick trifle.
No,
Like,
I was so considering maybe just saving you, but I think even if like it's not me, but it ended up being Nick for some reason in the revo, then like what? Either you guys pick me off because I just had an idol in the pocket and I saved somebody, or I'm just considered the goat from there on out and I lose all my equity that I had maybe had at any point, and like, but why would I put myself into that danger? Like, I wanted to save you, but I wanted to save myself a little bit more.
so my ideal, I actually had an ideal, and I talked about this with Caleb, and I think I talked about an ideal FTC with Miles, which I assumed he probably told Sarah. But my ideal FTC was actually me, Sean, and Miles. I didn't care about winning, by the way, clearly. And I think I told Caleb that like me, him, Caleb, and Miles was my ideal FTC. Caleb. But I actually wanted to. I think if I'd been able to get, like, if Nick had gotten out at Final Six, I think I would have like tried to get Sarah out at Final Five, and then Wonder. I think it would have been Final Four. That I would have been like, let's get Wonder out. Like, and yeah, no, that's not like how either of you would want your games to go. So like, duh. Like, why would you like not play your idols the way that you did with whatever chances are remaining for you that I don't go here? So that was like my first Final Six ever, and it took 2 idols to get me out of there. That was cool. I think the idea was to tie the vote on me and Sarah and use my extra vote on Miles. Was the play I think that was what we talked about.
Yeah, because if I
forget,
remember
actually.
correctly, I think the vote breakdown was 3 Miles, 2 me, 2 you.
Yeah. And that was just supposed to take the 3 of us out from in case anything happened. Like if Miles had an idol, which he did. That would just take him out of the revote, I think. Right? Yeah. Because he would have been one of the people voted for. If my brain is listening correctly. Which is usually.
Yeah. Yeah, I think going into that round, like, I knew, like, the idol was expiring, so I was going to use it one way or another, but it was a matter of, like, am I using it on myself or am I using it on someone else kind of thing? Because at that point, I still wasn't entirely convinced that Wonder had the idol. Part of me thought it might have gone out with Peanut, but
Everybody kept saying that. Why?
and it's the way that Peanut kept talking about the idol hunt to me was so suspicious. Like, him and Harrison both kept saying they truly believed there was only one idol out there, and like the way that they kept saying it, I was like, they're probably doing that to cover their tracks. Like, that one of them had the idol.
Thing I've ever heard.
So I think that convinced me enough that that he had the idol and was just voted out with it, but we obviously had no way to confirm that. So like, yeah. So I think, yeah, I went into that round like I wanted to win immunity, so I could have not had to use the idol on me and could have like basically just picked who I wanted to go to the next round with, kind of situation. But of course I got second place again. And then like at the beginning of it, I didn't know if Chess Lounge was going to stick together or if the other 4 besides me and Miles were going to try and break me and Miles up, because like at that point I think it had been pretty clear that we had been incredibly close in the game, and that we had also just betrayed Jem and Sean. So like I was trying to see like if the chess lounge would just do a straight up Jem vote, and then based on when like Wonder, I think you sent me like a DM like asking him like what I like really did want to do there, and I like stuck to the Jem like wanting to vote her out there plan. Like from there I was like, okay, so they're trying to go against me and Miles. And then I think just the fact that everything went so silent, like to me, like I was like, I don't know if they're gonna go against me or Miles, because if they're gonna go against me, why would they talk to they obviously they wouldn't talk to me, but like if they know Miles has an idol, there'd be a chance that if they go against me instead and Miles found out, that he could play like the idol on me, something like that. So I was like, I'm just gonna play it on myself to be safe. Where if otherwise I would have played it on one of Nick, probably Nick or Wonder, I don't know who going back, but yeah, that. And then me and Miles were pretty locked into voting out Jem there. So I think that because we both wanted to go to we wanted the Final Four to, at least I wanted Final Four to be the Chess Lounge Alliance. So like that's like where I was like sticking strong to that, and because Sean was immune, like the only option that left then was to vote Jem.
And
I guess in my mind, reaching out to you had like the sole purpose that I was severely convinced if there was a round where you would, because I knew like when idols would expire, I was very convinced that if there was a round where you would go against Chess Lounge, it would be that round. And I was like, well, if I can talk to her directly, I can get a better read on what maybe where her mind is at. Because usually that's more reliable than what's said in an alliance. Right. And even if like, you know, the way you responded told me more about where you were at mentally than anything you could have said in the alliance chat was. And I think that was what I needed. But on the other hand, I wanted to kind of do that because I thought that maybe, if anything, it would probably, because it is kind of risky, and I at that point I obviously knew that you would be picking up on cues like that. I thought if anything, if it wasn't Jam, it would turn against me and I would be safe. Yeah. You know? So it would then assure that it's, you know, not me going, right, essentially.
Yeah.
In hindsight, obviously, not the best gameplay, but like, you know, you need to consider things.
Right. Right.
Sometimes,
especially if you know you have like there hadn't been an idol play since like Mo played his, and you knew that that's the round where idols were like expiring. Yeah. You gotta like be a lot more careful to avoid it. You being basically what happened to Jem, like basically one of the only people eligible to be voted then.
Exactly.
Alrighty. So unfortunately, we have now lost Jem, and now we move into Final 5. The challenge this round is Stardew Valley themed. Emma's request. For a long time, we had no theme for this. It was just listed as the Emma challenge. It was pretty much always going to be Stardew Valley, but like she hadn't decided 100% yet. We had a few other options, I think, left in the pipeline that we didn't end up using. One of those, Jem, you'll be very sad about this. Kingdom Hearts was on the list. It just didn't get cut.
Yeah, no, that's disappointing.
Yeah. But as we kind of expected, Emma would go Stardew Valley. So we got the Stardew Valley hunt or challenge, whatever this is. Yeah, so she does her like command maze with themed after Stardew Valley. Sorry. And Sarah once again second place.
Sorry, I had to disappear for a second, but yeah, second place again.
Wonder plays Nick's Nen. How about that?
Yeah.
So Wonder already won and then gets even faster time.
Yeah, but it was really. I felt it was close, and I felt like she could have beaten me if she had maybe better luck at the fishing than I had. So
The fishing, honestly, I ended up getting really, really lucky there. Like because in the actual game, I suck at fishing so much.
me too.
And like when it came to that part, I was like, oh, this is gonna absolutely screw over my time. And then on my like second attempt, I somehow got it. So like I was very shocked that took me as short as it did. So I think it just came to a matter of like I'm sometimes I can be a slow reader, and like so trying to like figure out like, did I go here already? Did I go to these different places? And like just stuff like that, I think. But I was also kind of, part of me was like, oh, this is so cool. And like because I had actually started playing Stardew Valley by that point, because like I finally got a Switch, and I was like, oh, of course I'm gonna start playing this game. And like so part of me I think also did get a bit caught up in the references and being like, oh, this is so cool, this is just like the game. And then either way, that would, to be able to like have the fastest time and then like be able to seal the deal with like that advantage, that was pretty cool, even if it meant I got another second place.
Yep, so Wonder wins immunity. Then we go to Tribal, where Miles bites the bullet.
R.I.P.
You guys want to talk about that?
Heartbreaking.
Yeah. I think going into that, Miles and I knew that was the only chance we had of getting through that round, potentially still in one piece, is if one of us had won immunity. And even then, it still would have been an uphill battle. So, like, we knew that, like, it was probably going to be me or him. He was pretty certain that it was going to be him. And then there was, like, part of it was me. Like, Nick had told me, because, like, I was, like, talking to Nick a lot about, like, I know that, like, it's probably going to be incredibly difficult to sway you either way, like, to not, like, vote, like, break up me and Miles. So, like, I just asked if he could be honest with me, since obviously there were no idols left in play, so I couldn't play something to screw him over. And then he did tell me that at one point, like, it was seeming like it could potentially fall on me, because, like, I would have a higher chance of winning the immunity challenge at the next round than Miles. So, like, I was really worried for a bit, and, like, I thought that might have been the time it went because of the challenge performances. But in the end, I guess, like, it ended up working out how it did, where I did catch a stray vote, but, like, I was never going to vote Miles out there. Like, kind of similar to how Jen was saying, like, with her ideal, like, final tribal. Like, Miles was somebody, like, I know he almost certainly would have beaten me in it, but, like, it's kind of like one of those things. It's like, if I can't win, I want my closest ally to win. And going to the end with him was, like, one of the easiest ways to make sure that happened. It was the easiest way to make sure something like that would happen. And he was just, like, the one person, like, I was never going to write their name down unless it was for Final Tribal. So, like, I think that was just one of the things like, obviously we couldn't vote Wonder there. And to me, it felt like we would have a better shot against Nick than Sean in the next round with immunity. So, like, that's why our votes ended up staying there, and why I stayed on Sean on the revote, even though I knew that Miles was going to be going out that round, or it was either going to be me or Miles, not necessarily at that point that it was going to be for sure one of us.
So I think your name actually came up first because Sean said it, which was why I thought it was perfectly in track for you to vote him back. And, like, I tried to, kind of keep that in mind. And I was considering all the options.
Right.
And I
wouldn't have held it against anybody if that is what had ended up happening. Like, like I don't want to hold anything against anybody in these games. So, like, Like I understand, like you want to keep your options open.
I would like to know the one thing that nobody ever can say against Sean in any universe is that one thing, if for nothing else, but like one thing, he was absolutely correct in that saying that there is the very real possibility that you would just go on to win final immunity and then we couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And he was correct in that. But I still think, I still think if Miles is in that FTC, it's probably not one of the she-her players that were remaining winning. And that's kind of one thing that I had in my mind, because I thought you would make a great winner. I thought it would be fun for me to stand at FTC in a Survivor game finally, since I've been trying for like forever. So I don't know. It was part delusion. I also really
absolutely
wanted to keep him, but
like that's like one of those situations where like I completely understand like your thought process like on all that. Like I would have understood if I had been the vote there. I understand why Miles was the vote in the end, like all that. Like either option I think absolutely made sense. That final immunity challenge, I for a second managed to break my second place curse, and yeah. I remember like at some point like after like the second like time I got like second place around that, I had the thought, I was like, what if I keep doing this and what if I get to final tribal and like end up just getting second place there too? Like this is probably gonna be
You manifested it, you fool.
I didn't say it out loud, so I didn't on paper manifest it. I tried my best to not have that happen. It still happened.
We did say that though in the production chat.
So I blame you guys.
So so Miles goes, and now we're at final immunity. Mario Party. I'm not gonna lie. There was one pitch I had for this challenge, which was literally you guys playing a game of Mario Party. Unfortunately, I did find a Mario Party 1 thing online, but unfortunately, it ran like shit.
Oh.
So
that would have been a really fun like immunity challenge though if it had been able to work out like and play an actual game.
I don't know if it would work because you would have had to play it online. I don't think you could have done that.
Probably.
The only way I think that works is if everyone has a Switch, and I'm pretty sure everyone didn't have a Switch. So
Mario Party is so much fun though. That game can get vicious, so it's probably for the best it didn't work out.
Exactly why I think what we did in the end was better. We did Minigame Island, where I took 3 Mario Party minigames and tried my best to find games that represented them. It's really funny because I recently learned of a Mario Party themed season where someone actually like recreated Mario Party games through like Google Docs and stuff, and I'm like, damn it, if only I had such creativity. It could be a fun final immunity challenge, but I think this was fine anyway.
Yeah, this was a good one. Although I was so convinced once that I found out that one of the games was Tetris that I was gonna lose, because normally I am awful at Tetris, but like
I am too. So
like I somehow managed to break 6 figures, and I was like, you know what, that's as good as I'm gonna do. So I'll hope it works out, and it ended up working out.
So we had Mario Puzzle Party, Dinger Derby, and Crazy Cutters as our 3. Mario Puzzle Party, Tetris, Dinger Derby was what was it? It was Doodle Bat, I think is the name of the game.
Something like that.
Originally it was actually a game called Doodle Cricket, but I saw this one that was based off baseball from the same developer. I'm like, all right, fuck it, we're doing that instead. And then Crazy Cutters was like drawing the perfect circle.
That one was fun.
For a while,
these were all hell.
So I'm gonna be honest. For a while, Wonder was winning this, and then Nick stepped it up in a couple of rounds, and it changed everything.
I asked him in post how he did it, and he was like, I don't know, I just, I got that score and I submitted.
I think the circle one for me, I liked that one the most because it took the least amount of time to complete a run of the challenge. So I was like, I can just keep drawing circles all day. And like at one point, like I found it was a lot easier for me to get a good circle. Like if I went like a quarter of a circle at a time, and then if I saw like a quarter of it just starting to go bad, like I would just restart. So like that for me is I think what helped me get my score. But even then, like Nick still like completely like destroyed mine. Like I don't even remember what the scores was. I just know he like had a like really good one for that. And
Like, his was like high 90s if I remember correctly. It was like really good.
Yeah.
Let me go check and see what it says.
I think you said 89 point something. I don't know.
No, it was
I don't remember. It's too late.
98.4.
Yeah.
98.4 was Nick's final score. Which, like, I've never seen someone get that high. I've gotten like a 92, but I've never gotten like seen a 98.
I was so proud of my 97.
So yeah, Sarah wins final immunity, and Sean and Wonder, you guys go to fire. Which
yeah, I misplayed. I like handled that round not
fire
well.
Wonder, so we were very surprised by that. So this is actually really funny. I'm going to tell you a story. Sean will kill me, but it'll be funny anyway. You go into production chat during this. I'm going to read a little thing I put in production chat during this challenge. Where is it? I gotta I'm just kind of writing up thing here. Can't find it. Why can't I find it? Whatever. It was something to the effect of, I can't see Wonder getting fire unless Nick gives it to her.
What's that supposed to mean? Nick was the only one that swore over his name that he would rather go.
Basically, what we thought was going to happen was one of you would win immunity and the other one would go.
No. He swore to his name that he would not be writing down my name unless it was if he was on jury. And he was the only person that kept his word the entire season to me, so I was taking that shot.
Yeah, that was me with Miles. Like, I was not gonna, like, for a second even consider turning on Miles.
I mean, honestly, if I die there and it's by his hand, I respect it. Like, I would probably, like, that's the time to make a move for, if you really want to market yourself. But I don't think he was ever gonna do that.
The thought was whoever wins this immunity, the two of you would win the game, and the other one would go at 4. That's what we were like thinking would happen. Obviously, it didn't happen, but we thought it would.
I remember thinking if Wonder doesn't go out here at Final Four, she's probably going to win. Because, like, she's been slept on for so much of this game. She had an idol that no one knew about, or maybe one person knew about it for so long. Nobody knew. Okay, nobody knew about it. Like, Wonder's slept on. If Sean doesn't win here, like, that's a really big threat at FTC.
Yeah, like, Wonder, like, you were like one of those like people that I like absolutely underestimated because I was so focused on like Peanut, Caleb, and Bo that by the time I was starting to be like, wait, you can actually be a huge threat, it was kind of too late to do anything other than potentially fire. And obviously,
So-
once it goes to fire, that's out of my hands.
Wonder and Sean go to fire.
Hmm.
Wonder wins fire, sending Sean as the final juror.
I think why this was so cool to me was because that was the one thing I was hoping to get my original season, and nobody was gonna give me that time of day. And I was like, well, but I
Oh, you were not. You made it to final four. You were not getting fire in your original.
I know, it was not gonna happen, and that was the,
Honestly, I'm curious to how that went because that was. I'm trying to think about who went there. I think it was Libby, right?
Yeah, it's Libby.
Yeah. Yeah, if you made it to 4, you were not getting fire.
Yeah,
Thing is,
but
I don't
it's
think
nice to think
anyone.
about.
It was
You're-
Libby versus Belle, right?
What's that?
Wasn't it versus Belle? Libby
That
versus
doesn't
Belle. I remember.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We've already gone way past how long I thought this episode would be. This is officially
You
the
have a
longest
bunch of
episode of
yappers on
Random
this,
Vivor
and then you
Rewind.
expect it to be short.
Yeah.
This is officially the longest episode of Random Vivor Rewind.
This video is just so iconic.
Anyways, now we've reached FTC. If Wonder and Sarah, if you guys want to like talk about FTC.
Yeah, going in, I was like at the beginning I was like, I feel like I have a pretty decent chance, but like I felt like it was also still like there is absolutely nothing was like certain because I knew Wonder had played a great game and she is a very easy person to talk to, so I figured like that she would have a really good final tribal council performance. But like going in, I was like, I remember putting in my confessional, I was like, the 2 votes that I feel most certain of are Miles and Andrew, which is funny because I learned after the fact that Miles almost didn't even vote for me, and, which would have been tragic.
We saw him wavering. We're like, are we gonna have a fucking Maria and Charlie?
And I was like, am I really gonna be Charlie after sipping for Charlie for the whole season? But like my thing was, I was like, the only person whose vote I would have genuinely been sad up to not get would have been Miles, so that would have sucked. But and then I was like, I feel like Sean I'm absolutely not going to get after how I handled Final Four, because I know I did not handle that well. But I ended up getting his vote. And then Harrison was somebody that was like, I feel like I could get his vote, but I also didn't really know anything about like his and Wonder's relationship, and also like he's somebody that I know he doesn't give off the vibe of somebody who's going to be a bitter juror, so like I think he genuinely would go into it and like just vote for who he think played the best rather than like who he talked to the most or something like that. And even then I didn't even know if he talked like he was closer with me in the game than he was with Wonder. But like I remember like I felt like there was a ton of votes that were up in the air, so like I was like really optimistic going into it. And then questioning started, and both Caleb and Bo basically said it without explicitly saying it, that like, Sarah, I'm not considering voting for you at all. So like at that point I was like, oh, so this is totally fucked. I have 0 shot of winning, because if 2 people are that openly going to be like, I'm not voting for a certain person, which I will admit did hurt, because I get that these games are like social, like especially when it's online and not for money, a lot of it is like who you were closer with, like stuff like that. But like to get to the end and like see something like that, it is really discouraging. So I like in my confessionals I was like having a full mental breakdown about it, and like I was like, I have no shot. But like I like everybody else like in questioning was still like really giving me the chance to like at least explain stuff. I don't know how open everybody was, but like so I know like that time like I was feeling like really discouraged, but like I still try my best to answer all the questions and everything and like present like my game how like, because I thought I did like Wonder is a very, very deserving winner. Like, I want to make that clear. But, like, I did feel like I was a really deserving, like, person to win, too. So I was like, I'm not just going to sit down, like, and, like, give up just because 2 people have basically said they're never going to vote for me. And have basically confirmed that they're voting for the person that is, like, my biggest competition here at Final Tribal Council. So, like, it was rough, but, like, I still did, like, my best to, like, try and get votes. And Peanuts was a vote that I wasn't sure if I was gonna get, but, like, that was a vote that I was actually pretty happy that I felt like I was able to earn.
I will say that I started asking the jury questions. I don't remember which rounds, just about, like, where their head was at and that kind of stuff. And even going into when all of the final votes were submitted, we on production were, like, in suspense and on our toes as to who was going to win. So, I mean, as far as a final tribal goes, it was, even on the backside of it, it was still a really good final tribal.
Oh, yeah. It was absolutely close between you and Wonder. 100%.
I think actually it's funny that you say that, because I felt the exact opposite way. In that when Bo said that, I fully thought, hey, listen, everybody on this jury is just gonna vote for Sarah, and I'm cooked here. And I was like, okay, listen, I'm fine with that. Like, I put up a fair fight. I didn't just, stop and give up at any point. And I think,
and I wouldn't want anybody to just give up. Like, we all played this whole season. We all made it to, like, you, me, and Nick all made it to the end. Like, no matter what anybody on the jury is saying, I do want us all to still, like, put our best foot forward.
Like, literally, we outlasted everybody, no matter what, like, the outcome is at that point. Which that's a thing only the 3 of us can say, and I think that's already a feat within itself. And that deserves to be credited already. But I think this was equally eye-opening, and it was absolutely traumatizing to me, and I do not ever want to be in FTC again. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very stressful. Like, it's fun, but it's also incredibly stressful. Like,
Yeah.
I was so glad that I had you and I had Nick. At least I think 1 or 2 messages already was, like, so much of meaning to me, because it just meant that, hey, you're not standing here alone right now. And that made all the difference, to be honest. But it reminded me just how much I appreciate also just being a juror. And I think, being
on jury can be really fun sometimes. Like, yes, in the moment it does suck to get voted out, but it can be really fun to be on jury.
Oh, I love jury.
As the juror in the room, it was a good place to be. That final council seemed really stressful. But y'all killed it. Y'all killed FTC. Actually, I was really hoping Nick would come out swinging a little bit harder than he did. It's actually really, like, I was like, come on, like, you won HOH in Final 7, and you won I forget the name of the veto. You won the veto. I'm like, why are you not talking up? Like, that round he gave, like, 2 sentences in his...
He came into Final Tribal already accepting his fate. I'm like, it sucks to see that happen, like, regardless of what the perspective is, like, I never want to see somebody, like, feel like they're already, like, in that spot. Like, I still want to see them fight their hardest.
She was like, I'm just not great at speech writing. I'm just not great. I was like, no, you're not talking yourself up. Like, be real right now. You're not owning the things you've done. And the fact that, like, he made it to FTC, and the fact that, like, somehow his name never really solidly came up after Haley's round, like, that's a lot of really good games. Like, the UTR game is so slept on. And I think Wonder had a really great UTR game. Yes. But I think Nick's was actually arguably even stronger, because truly, like, nobody thought of him. And I mean, at least everybody kind of had in their heads, like, Wonder's really awesome, she's really social. Like, nobody really, I didn't think, thought all that much of, like, or really took big notice of Nick, not in a negative way. Like, that's just how good he was at not really being on anyone's radar in any way. And so to see him not even try to own that at FTC was, like, I was kind of crushed for him. I was like, come on.
Oh, we were heartbroken watching Nick at FTC because like he genuinely played a good game.
He did. He absolutely did. Especially that's why I think I mentioned it in reunion. I think I said I was like, "Hey, if you guys get a chance when confessionals open, go through and read Nick's confessionals because like he has some really great reads and some great breakdowns, and you can kind of see how he engineered a lot of votes with kind of in the background. And
Literally,
moving
all
his
we needed to
parts.
say is I engineered the tie in the Miles vote. Literally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because like that, I credit like not to take credit away from like anybody else, but I felt like he was the reason like that it became that split vote rather than
Because it was originally supposed to be you, Sarah. You do know that, right?
I had a pretty strong feeling that it was supposed to.
Yeah, it was initially going to be you. They were people were pushing you, but he really wanted Miles, and he did not back down, and he caused that tie.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out Nick.
I don't know if you
Hey,
saw my
Wonder
questions
wins the
channel.
season, and that is our season 9 second chance in a 4-hour podcast.
Woohoo!
Might take you guys a few days, you listeners, to finish this, but if you made it
I
this
feel like most
far,
of the listeners have left by now.
right? If you made it this far, we should make them answer a question in Spec Lounge and provide no context.
Honestly, if they watch the whole stream, like this whole thing, and we make them answer a question and they get it right, I'll give them a roll.
Please, you should give them
I will
like
make a special roll that says, "You listen to a podcast. What is wrong with you?"
Definitely.
4-hour podcast.
Make it happen.
Anyways, yeah, that's it. We've completed it. Thank you for listening or watching or whatever you did. Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye.